Just to let folks know, for the public hearings, we're going to start with LD 2048, and then we'll move on to 1902 and 2007. Good morning. Thank you for your patience today. Welcome to the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. Today is Wednesday, January 14th, 2026, and we have a series of public hearings and one work session scheduled for today. We're going to start out of order. We're going to start with public hearings. We're going to start with 2048, an act to amend the laws regarding fantasy contest licensing. And then we're going to move on to LD 1902 and LD 2007. So for folks who are listening at home and that are in the room, so you understand what order we're going in. But first, we're going to start with committee introductions, starting on our right with Representative Parnell Terry.
Yes, I'm Parnell Terry. I represent District 108 in Gorman.
Here we go. Hi, I'm Sharon Frost. I represent District 58, 6 lovely towns, Vienna, Fayette, Mount Vernon, Belgrade, Rome, and New Sharon.
Good morning, Representative Chapman, District 88, Auburn, Maine.
Good morning, David Boyer. I represent the individuals of Poland and Mechanic Falls.
Thank you. And Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Mallon. I represent House District 133, which is part of the great city of Biddeford.
Sean Faircloth, District 24.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ann Fredericks. I represent those in Sanford, Southern Maine.
Good morning, Jeff Timberlake, District 17.
And I did not introduce myself. My name is Laura Supika. I represent a portion of Bangor, and I am the House Chair of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. Today, our Senate Chair is not in today, but we are thinking of him and the loved ones that he is with. And joining us is Representative Himes, who we will allow a moment to settle in, and then we will put him in the hot seat to introduce himself whenever he is ready. Are you ready?
Good morning, Representative Benjamin Himes, House District 38, representing 9 towns in the middle of Waldo County.
So we do run a 3-minute clock in here. So everyone will have 3 minutes to give their testimony, and then we will, so that way we have time for questions. And we will start with LD 2048, presented by our very own Senator Timberlake. So we will open the public hearing for LD 2048, an act to amend the laws regarding fantasy contest licensing, presented by Senator Timberlake of Androscoggin. Welcome, Senator.
I'm gonna start charging for these signatures. I got my glasses this morning, so I stopped and bought a really good expensive pair for $1.84. So we'll see how they work. Good morning, Representatives Speaker and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Jeff Timberlake, and I represent the people of Senate District 17. I am before you today to present LD 2048, an act to amend the laws regarding fantasy contest licensing. I submit this bill on behalf of the Gambling Control Unit within the Department of Public Safety. The purpose of this legislation is to modernize Maine's fantasy contest licensing laws and strengthen oversight of an industry that has changed significantly since Maine first authorized fantasy contests in 2017. At that time, fantasy contest operators were generally smaller and had similar ownership structures. Today, the industry includes large corporations, complex ownership arrangements, and increasingly out-of-state and international acquisitions. Under current law, the Gambling Control Unit is often limited to obtaining release of information forms from key executives, which significantly restrict the state's ability to conduct a meaningful suitability reviews. LD 2048 addresses this by requiring disclosure of individuals and the entities that have control over fantasy contest operators, including major owners, parents, or subsidiary, I'll get there in a minute, companies, and key personnel with significant decisions-making authority. This bill authorizes the director of the Gambling Control Unit to require full state and federal criminal history record checks for applicants and for individuals who exercise control over these companies. These background checks would be conducted through the Maine Criminal Justice Information System and the FBI, used only for licensing purposes and kept confidential. This change is necessary to ensure the state can properly vet who is operating in this space, particularly as more companies and international interests become involved. This bill is not intended to target legitimate operators or create unnecessary barriers. It is a reasonable update request by the Gambling Control Unit to address gaps in current law and give regulators the tools they need to protect the consumers, maintain the integrity of the marketplace, and keep pace with the ever-evolving fantasy contest industry. I appreciate the committee's time and consideration, and I respectfully ask the committee to not ask me any questions and only ask the Gambling Control Board. And that's my testimony.
You get what you pay for with those glasses, don't you?
Exactly. You don't even know how bad that was.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today. All right. So we will move on to public testimony portion. So we will take it in this order. We will take 4 in-person testimony, 4 in-person testimony against, and then in-person testimony for or against, and then we will move on to online testimony in that same order, 4 against, neither for nor against. And then I was neglectful, and I did not give a shout out to our wonderful staff, the people who actually keep this engine running. So to our left, we have our legislative analysis, Miss Olson, and to our right, the person that kind of keeps this room in order, I was going to say Miss Hebert, but I can't remember your title now because I haven't had sorry, our committee clerk. I haven't had my coffee yet. Our committee clerk. I just got out of bed and got on the road after getting the call from Mr. Hickman, Senator Hickman. So please be nice to her, because if you're not, we'll kick you out of the room. All right. So with that said, those who are here to testify in favor of LD 2048, please come to the podium, sign in, introduce yourself and who you are representing, if any, or what town.
You want me to take back my folder? Or you could keep it. You can keep it. I don't need.
Welcome, sir. Please begin when you are ready.
Thank you. It's going to be hard to follow that
Class act.
testimony, I guarantee you, but Senator Hickman, Representative Supeka, distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Milton Champion, Executive Director of the Gambling Control Unit within the Department of Public Safety. I'm here today on behalf of the Department of Public Safety to testify in favor of LD 2048, which is an act to amend the laws regarding fantasy contest licensing. And I thank Senator Timberlake for sponsoring this important measure. This bill requires the Director of the Gambling Control Unit within the Department of Public Safety to request a criminal history record check for each applicant for a license to conduct fantasy contests, and requires the application to include a disclosure of people that have control over an applicant. The bill also clarifies the operator application and license fees for a license regardless of revenue and an occupational license application and fee. Currently, these individuals need only submit a release of information, and proper background investigations cannot be completed without an application with more detailed information from the applicant. With this change, fantasy contest individuals will be in line with all other areas of regulatory oversight, and it is critical to have the ability to complete backgrounds on internet, especially on international applicants. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Mallon and then Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. I understand what you're putting before us. I just was wondering if there was any specific history or impetus that inspired you to want to put this bill in, if there was any concerns you had around sketchy operators and things like that, or if it was just a gap in language you saw that you thought needed to be closed.
Yeah, from 2017 up to this point, all we've been able to get from the applicants is a release of information. And so we don't even know who to go to other than other states that have fantasy contest operators, and that person may have had an application in for that state. So there's a very limited background investigation that we can do without an application with social security numbers, financial information, residency, work history, and that sort of thing. So it's essential for sure.
Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was in there. I answered my own question. Thank you.
Representative Himes.
Thank you. I had a question on page 3 of this bill. It talks about the application fee, and it used to be broken down, it looks like, into 2 separate categories, depending on how much money, over $100,000 and under $100,000. Is there a reason that you got rid of that and everybody pays the same thing, including somebody who might only do a small portion of profits from this?
Yeah, that's because, there was only, so if we had 6 to 8 applicants or 6 to 8 licensees, only 3 were contributing to revenue. And we still have to do the work around or behind that and behind the scenes. So we still have to track the income, they still have to track the wagers that they offer and that sort of thing. So there's time, there's staff time involved in this, and these folks are not contributing. So it's a lot easier. I mean, we have the bigger operators, and of course we have the small ones, so they don't contribute as much, but at least we're getting something for our time.
Okay, and then one follow-up. Can you remind me, because I'm not as extraordinarily familiar with the gambling laws as you are, is nonprofit a separate entity when in regards to this application fee?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they're all together separate. Yeah, that's under charitable nonprofit gaming, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this requirement for the criminal background check, it is a FBI check.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
yes.
Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What might we find in a record that would disqualify someone that could be operating now? Would geography be one of those things, or is there disqualifying charges or any other things that could pop that would have you revoke a license?
I would say there's certain criteria. The biggest one, believe it or not, is theft, fraud. You can commit some other crimes that you may figure might be more heinous than writing out a bad check or not, not paying your bills or something. So that would manipulate somebody to steal internally, where these background checks aren't necessarily looking for certain things, but there's a criteria for it.
Are international companies allowed to have these businesses and conduct in Maine?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what we're seeing on all facets of gambling. We're seeing a lot of international acquisitions. And without the ability to get this information, we do have a third-party contractor that has the abilities to look at these internationally, but without the appropriate information, it's really hard to do.
Madam Chair.
Representative Fairclough.
Thank you. I'm just out of curiosity. What was the scale in terms of, I don't know, dollar amounts in 2017 or when this was first authorized to the present day? How much has it grown?
So I think I'd have to check, and I could bring the actual numbers back to your work session, but I think we just posted, and it'll be part of the annual report. In 2025, the contribution to the state was around 360,000.
Was that revenue or gross, tax revenue or gross it?
That's tax revenue. That's 10% of the contribution.
I didn't see it in the bill, but could you define fantasy for me as it relates to this bill?
Okay. I can have that ready for the work session. Basically, it's a 3-line item. And it starts out two or more participants, but not the operator. And then it goes on you have to basically assemble a team and that sort of thing. And it's over the session, or over this season. I'm sorry, over the season of the sporting event.
Any further questions from the committee? Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to come forward and testify in favor of LD 2048? All right. Is there anyone in the room who would like to come forward and testify against LD 2048? All right. Is there anybody who would like to come forward and testify neither for nor against LD 2048? All right. Then we will move to online testimony. We have one person signed up. We will promote them now. Just take a moment for them to welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
When you begin, we will start a 3-minute clock for you. I will let you know when your time is up and respectfully ask you to wrap up your testimony so that there is time for us to ask you questions. Please introduce yourself and who you represent, if anyone, and where you are from. And whenever you are ready, please begin.
Great, thank you so much. Chair Hickman, who's obviously not here, Chair Supika, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on LD 2048 regarding fantasy sports. I am testifying supportive of the legislation today. My name is Kevin Cochran, and I'm a Senior Director of Legal and Government Affairs at DraftKings. DraftKings Inc. is a digital sports entertainment and gaming company with products that range across daily fantasy, regulated gaming, and digital media. Headquartered in Boston and launched in 2012, the company operates daily fantasy sports contests in Maine, as well as 43 other states and Washington, D.C. DraftKings also operates online sports wagering in Maine through our relationship with the Passamaquoddy tribe. As Executive Director Champion touched on, since 2020, regulated fantasy contests in Maine have contributed approximately 1.5 million in state revenue, and the industry continues to grow over time. To ensure continued support of industry growth and increase revenue to the state, DraftKings would like to respectfully submit some recommendations that we believe could improve LD 2048 and continue the industry's positive trajectory into the future. Listening to Executive Director Champion's testimony and also the testimony of the bill sponsor today, it's really nice to understand where this bill originated from and some of the things that are trying to be done through the legislation. In that spirit, we would be happy to connect with Executive Director Champion and the GCU and any interested legislators and provide some red lines of the brief suggested changes I'm going to be talking through shortly. I believe my testimony should also be distributed to each of you. If you haven't got that, please let me know and I'll make sure that we get a copy of it. So diving into the actual sections of the bill that we would recommend looking at some changes. First of all, Section 4, requiring separate license applications be filed by each of the following: the corporate holding company, the parent company, and the subsidiary company of a licensee. We would recommend if there was a way to streamline some of that process, mainly just to ensure there's not a regulatory burden on both the applicant and the GCU. I do understand exactly what Executive Director Champion was talking about, so I would love an opportunity to engage them to see if there's a way to address that language that meets the interests and the goals of everyone here to limit any sort of burden on both parties. Section 5 of the legislation require that each person in a controlling position is required to submit fingerprints. DraftKings is uniquely situated, being an online sports wagering operator in the state. We already have fingerprints on file, and we would love an opportunity to sort of do some sort of reciprocal application where our fingerprints already on file could be used for our fantasy licensing if this were to come through. That's another one we'd like to explore with you to see if there's a possibility just to limit the amount of paperwork we have to file. And finally, Section 8 introduces an occupational license requirement. We would just like to flag that the language itself doesn't necessarily specify who would need to undergo that occupational licensing requirement. And we would recommend that this only apply to those who have a controlling role in the licensed entity that need to apply for the occupational license. As I mentioned a couple times throughout, I'm happy to meet with any interested stakeholders.
Sir, I apologize. Your 3-minute timer has come to an end. If you could wrap up your testimony so we have time to ask you questions. Thank you.
Sure, that is it. We look forward to being helpful in this process, and once again, want to reiterate our support for this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony, and we look forward to seeing you at the work session.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have no one signed up online to testify against or neither for nor against this bill, but just a last opportunity checking in with our clerk. If there's anyone raising their hand to no. So with that, we will close the public hearing on LD 2048 and we will begin to shuffle over. Thank you. Are there any information requests for our committee analysts for LD 2048 from the clerk? Chapman, Representative Chapman?
Thank you, Chair. Are there any other bidding that does the background check, federal fingerprints, the whole thing? If so, who and how are they comparative to the fantasy betting realm? Thank you.
I apologize. Was that question for me?
No, I apologize, sir.
Oh, okay.
That is for our committee clerk, and we just read it into the record, and she'll come back to the work session with that answer for everyone. Yeah. Representative Himes? Fredericks, yeah, sorry.
Yep, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question, I believe there was a proposal for some kind of a reciprocity simplification of the applicants if possible. So my question is, are there other states that have such an agreement? And if so, who?
Okay. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, then we've closed the public hearing and we will begin to shuffle over to the, to LD 1902 will be the next public hearing. We're going to take a 2-minute break because I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. So do not go anywhere. I'm just going to the other room to grab a cup of coffee while yeah, I will be right back and we will introduce you. Huh? No, we're taking a 2-minute break and I'll be right back. So we're going to shuffle over to the next one. When we begin, I'll call on you to introduce yourself. Yes. All right, the committee will be in order. Oh, we lost a couple people. So we will be moving on to our next public hearing, but before that, we will welcome our Senator Jill Duson and invite her to introduce herself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Jill Duson. I represent Senate District 27, which is part of Portland and part of Westbrook.
And we're happy to have you because our Senate Chair could not be here today, and you are our stand-in Senate Chair de facto. So you will be presenting his his bill. So please, we will open the public hearing. Oh, let me get my paperwork in order. On LD 1902.
Good morning, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of Senator Hickman on his bill LD 1902, an act to support nonprofit organizations by authorizing the operation of electronic Lucky 7 devices and similar sealed ticket games. This bill is about strengthening the heart of our communities, the local nonprofit and veteran services organizations that serve Maine families every single day. These organizations in Maine do remarkable work. They support youth programs, community food pantries, veteran services, historic preservation, animal welfare, education, and more. All across our state, these organizations rely heavily on fundraising efforts to sustain their missions. Yet today's fundraising landscape has changed, in many cases dramatically, and organizations need more tools to help them modernize their efforts. LD 1902 provides those tools while still respecting responsible gaming standards. What this bill does is straightforward. It authorizes the GCU to issue licenses to eligible organizations to operate electronic Lucky 7 devices and similar sealed ticket games. These are modern sealed ticket gaming devices that many Maine communities are already familiar with in paper form, games that raise critical funds for worthy causes. This legislation also includes sensible safeguards. It limits the number and operation of these devices, requires at least one redemption kiosk for the public's convenience, and ensures that distributors are licensed and accountable. This bill does not expand commercial gambling in Maine. It does not open the door to unchecked gaming. It does not eliminate the ability for organizations to continue using paper pull tabs. What it does is give eligible organizations, the groups that put on the local fire department's charity dinner, that run the food pantry, that provide after-school programs, a chance to attract vital fundraising dollars. LD 1902 also includes important regulatory oversight. By requiring licensing, restricting device operation, and placing accountability at the forefront, we protect the public while empowering community groups to thrive. This balance is critical, and it is why this legislation is bipartisan and has drawn interest from organizations across the state. For all these reasons, the Senator urges us, his colleagues, to support LD 1902. This bill recognizes the invaluable role these organizations play in our communities and offers a practical, well-regulated tool to continue to help them serve our citizens. Thank you very much for allowing me to present on behalf of our Senate Chair.
Thank you very much for getting back just in time to do that. All right, we will move on to any public testimony in favor of this bill. So please come forward, sign in. Madam Clerk will take your testimony and distribute it. And please introduce yourself, who you represent and where you are from, and we will run a 3-minute clock. And just begin when you are ready, sir.
Thank you. This may be a little unusual. I hadn't decided I was not going to speak today, but my name is Pete Connell, and I'm representing the Maine Harness Horsemen's Association, the Maine Standard Bred Owners and Breeders Association, the Maine Agricultural Fairs, and Pioneer Gaming, and we have reached some compromise language with the principal stakeholder. And so what I thought I would do, it's so recent that I don't have copies, but I'll have them
This
here.
is not unusual. It is perfectly acceptable to come forward and to just wing it, for lack of a better term.
Okay.
It's your
Well,
freedom of speech right here.
That's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
doing, is winging it.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Representative Topeka and distinguished members of the committee. Like I said, my name is Pete Cornell, and I thought I have people behind me to talk to this as well. So I thought maybe I would just briefly go over
As long as you sign in so that your name and who you are is in the public record, that is fine. And then just start and we'll run the clock. You're good.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just go over the language
Okay.
and then, language added, persons eligible for electronic wagering terminal licenses. The director may issue licenses to operate electronic wagering terminals to a person licensed under section 1011, an authorized pari-mutuel operation, an authorized veterans organization, and a federally recognized Indian tribes. Casino market areas, any person described in section 2, paragraphs B or C may not operate an electronic wagering terminal within a 20-mile straight line radius from any location where a person licensed under section 1011 operates a slot machine. Casinos, the director shall permit a person licensed under section 1011 and licensed under this chapter to operate electronic wagering terminals in an amount not exceeding 10% of the number of slot machines operated by that person at any given time. Allocation of funds, dedicated revenue, additions are 1%, that shall credit to the Sire Stakes Fund, of the horse racing industry, the main milk pool, 5% to the main milk pool, 5% to the main Veterans Stabilization Fund, 3% to be forwarded to the Director of the Treasurer of State for the fund for the efficient delivery of educational services, and 1% must be forwarded shall remit funds annually to the municipality in which the electronic wagering terminals are located. And that's it. We will be able to, for the work session, we'll be able to provide plenty of backup for this stuff. But like I said, this was just agreed upon as we're speaking here.
Are there any questions? Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Cornell, really, I'm bringing forward. My number one question is, and just, it's always kind of bugged me even through all of these. When we get some of these, and some of these are, we wanted, I can't remember if it was 3% or 1% to the main dairy tier program.
Mhm.
But what makes the main dairy tier program any better than the blueberry industries program or the main potato industries program? Or, why isn't it going to just agriculture in general so it gets evenly divided up? Because if you look at the disaster that's happened in the state of Maine within the last year, the main dairy industry is probably doing better than any other ag industry in the state of Maine. And I just don't understand why we're worried about giving it to them and not the rest of the ag industry in the state of Maine.
Well, from my standpoint, in the negotiation side, we'd had this as a working kind of distribution, but there's no suggestion whatsoever that couldn't be amplified for any of those others.
Just about.
Follow up.
It's just something, Mr. Cornell, it's been a problem to me that I've started looking at within the last year. It's always to them, and I'm watching blueberry industry and the potato and apple and some of the
Yep.
other industries all in the failure mode. And I think it's time we start looking at the whole ag industry, not just part of the ag industry.
Understood.
Was that a,
That was a question to you. Why isn't it happening?
oh, okay. Why isn't it happening?
Well, because this is kind of a working distribution, and so that wouldn't suggest that couldn't be open to discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Doosan.
Mr. Cornell,
You're up. Your mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you for presenting the language. Isn't it so that you're aware that the committee might take up a conversation about these other elements that my good colleague Senator Timberlake is raising? And so you're not intending to reopen the negotiations of what you're presenting, but you're aware that the committee may take these up. And I think that
Understood.
was the whole point of the senator's
Yep,
conversation. To make sure
understood.
you're aware we might have that conversation.
Yep, and I
Thank you.
appreciate that position.
Are there any other questions? Representative Fairclough.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's probably obvious to those who know, but you used a term of the parties involved or something like that. Could you just, so that we have it on the record, specify the entities that are involved in the agreement that you're discussing specifically?
The associations that I represent, of course, were in the negotiation on this compromise language, and we went to the primary stakeholder, Light and Wonder, who are behind me to discuss.
Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have any consensus with people that are less than enthusiastic about these machines?
Truthfully, this is literally hot off the presses. So, no.
Okay.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are hearing testimony in favor of LD 1902. If you're here to testify in favor, please come forward. Thank you very much, sir, for your patience.
Hi, good morning. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, please introduce yourself, who you represent, and begin when you're ready, and we'll run a 3-minute clock and respectfully ask you to adhere to it. Thank you.
Representative Supika, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Parker Late. I was born and raised in Camden, currently live in Freeport with my wife and 2 young children. I'm a member of the VFW and currently serve as an officer in the United States Navy Reserve. And in my civilian career, I served close to 2 decades working for the federal government, overseeing U.S.-funded programming in Iraq and Afghanistan. Many of these programs had a direct impact on the younger generation of Maine veterans I'm here today to support. In addition to my oral comments, I'm also submitting a written statement on behalf of Brave Maine, a Maine-based education campaign to advance awareness of the benefits of charitable gaming. LD 1902 offers a practical, optional modernization of charitable gaming for Maine's veterans-serving nonprofits. Veterans groups across Maine provide services that are important to their communities, including emergency assistance, transportation and housing stability services, and mental health and suicide prevention initiatives. At the same time, veterans groups face growing financial pressure as traditional fundraising methods have become more difficult, particularly in rural areas and among organizations with aging memberships. LD 1902 is a critical tool for these organizations to maintain and grow their services and appeal to younger veterans. Analysis of publicly reported data from states that have authorized electronic charitable gaming shows that these states typically generate 3 times as much for charities as those limited to paper-based games. This would provide a tremendous boost for Maine's veterans groups and for the services they provide. The measure also provides for a simplified compliance and administration. Electronic charitable games typically provide automated tracking of wagers, payouts, and proceeds, built-in reporting and audit trails, reduce risk of human error associated with physical handling of paper inventory, and clear documentation for regulatory oversight. The bill follows a proven model adopted successfully in other states. As of late 2025, 11 other states have adopted similar measures demonstrating that modernization can be implemented responsibly with clear limits, strong oversight, and substantial charitable benefit, particularly for veterans organizations. For these reasons, Brave Maine respectfully urges the committee to support LD 1902. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your continued commitment to Maine veterans and the nonprofit organizations that serve them. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. And could you please repeat the pronunciation of your last name? I didn't write it down.
It's Late, Laite.
Thank you very much. And questions for Mr. Late. Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you give a little more info about Brave, when it was started and who are the members and what other things they do?
Sure. So Brave Maine was started this week. We've been trying to get our paperwork off the ground for quite some time, but because of the government shutdown and the IRS unable to provide EINs, we got delayed in getting off the ground. We're primarily focused on promoting policy that has a positive impact on the veteran community. LD 1902 is the first stab or bite at the apple for us.
Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Late, for your testimony. Just one question you had referenced, it's in your testimony about a report that indicates electronic gaming pull tabs generates 3 times the charitable. But where's the report? The following report?
I can make sure I have a copy available for the working session.
Do you know the origin of the report?
Yeah, it's
Like who's?
I'll have to get the name for you, but I think it's Axios. It's a third-party research
But you'll
firm.
get it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Thank you very
time
much.
today and for your service. We have another member joining us, Representative Annie Graham, if you would please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also serve on HHS, so I apologize for being late. We got a couple bills done quickly, so I'm here. I'm Representative Annie Graham. I serve the people of North Yarmouth and the majority of Gray, House District 105.
Thank you very much. All right, we are hearing testimony in favor of LD 1902. If you are here to testify in favor, please come forward, sign in, introduce yourself, and tell us who you are representing. If you have paperwork for our clerk, we ask that if you have multiple papers, if you have it collated, that is very helpful for us when passing out. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Senator Hickman in absentia, Representative Supika, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about LD 1902. I'm going to keep my written comments very short because Senator Doosan, I have almost exactly the same information to share as far as Senator Hickman's thoughts on the bill. This bill would greatly benefit charitable community in Maine, including organizations such as the VFW, American Legion, Moose, Elks, Eagles, and the community initiatives they support throughout the state. My name is Darcy DaCosta, and I am Vice President of Government Relations for Arrow International. Arrow International is the leading full-service provider of charitable gaming products and services in the United States. For reference, we are a competitor of Light and Wonder, formerly Grover Gaming. We are licensed here in Maine, and we've been selling our bingo supplies and sealed ticket games here for many years. Arrow exclusively serves the charitable community and has seen firsthand the benefits of a modern electronic program. And I will say we have seen these improvements for charitable gaming without seeing any detrimental impact to commercial gaming operations in the 11 states where electronic charitable gaming is currently authorized. And I will also be here for the work session, and I can provide data to support that from the 11 states gambling oversight units that shows unequivocally that commercial casino revenues continue to rise even when electronic charitable gaming comes to the state. The revenue generated brings significant positive impact for organizations. The dollars stay local and they support things like scholarships and food pantries, volunteer fire companies, and holiday giving campaigns. It is generally small dollar gaming driven by members and their guests. This is not a commercial enterprise generally open to the public, and the revenues go exclusively to the charities that they support. I'd like to just quickly touch on the three myths that I've heard most often as this bill has been debated in past sessions and in my recent conversations around the state. Myth number one is that paper goes away. Paper does not go away. Paper is not even addressed in this bill. It's just simply not true. Paper sealed tickets are, fundamental to charitable fundraising all over the country. And if I were to talk to a member of the VFW and say we were taking away your paper, that's a non-starter. This is a very traditional form of charitable gaming, particularly in your veteran and fraternal organizations. However, the electronic version of these games does attract and impact a younger community of those organizations. And we have seen in states where electronic gaming has been introduced, not only an increase in revenue, but a shift trend from negative to positive as it relates to membership. You're now providing something that the members can do. I see my time is up, so I will leave the rest to my written word and answer any questions you may have. We do have some small suggested edits to the legislation, but I'd like to save those for the work session. But we could circulate that language ahead of that date.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. DaCosta. Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you're able to, I think hearing briefly what you're thinking will help in these negotiations, I guess.
As far as suggested language,
Yeah.
very small stuff. It's more language and vernacular to make it a little bit more streamlined. The one addition that we have that is more mechanical to the process is right now a redemption kiosk is required. We would assert that you should also have a point of sale system that helps manage the electronic games as well as it can be used to manage the paper products as well. And that's for accounting efficiency, reporting, oversight, but also redemption kiosks generally can only redeem to the lowest value of $1. But you're going to have fractional credits that a member may have a 75-cent voucher. And if you don't have a point of sale system to redeem that voucher, then you're not able to fully fulfill your members' win.
Are there any other questions? Representative Fredericks?
Thank you for your testimony, Darcy. Of the 11 states that already have this, would you be able to bring the data
For sure.
showing that the 11 states which have this, the casino gaming continue to rise
Mhm.
after the implementation of this?
Absolutely.
For the
We'll
work
have that, we'll have that ahead of the work session.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the committee? So I have a question.
Okay.
I was struck by when you mentioned how the money will stay in state and how it helps out a lot of small organizations. And of course, my first thought is I love that. And then I look down and I see Arrow International Incorporated and I see like this kind of disconnect. And, I understand that they have to get support from somewhere else, but I'd never heard of Arrow International. Could you tell me about this corporation and
Sure.
kind of how big it is and like what it serves and how many countries it serves? Could you give me an idea of how large this company is and what because a portion of the money is going to get funneled out, guess
Correct.
what's in
A
it for
portion
you
of the
all?
money will, much like paper seal tickets today,
Yeah.
there are no paper seal ticket manufacturers in Maine.
Yeah.
So the tickets that come into Maine are coming from outside of the state. So similarly, there would be a portion of the gaming dollar, the charitable gaming dollar that would go to Arrow, but it's generally significantly less of a percentage than goes to the charity. Arrow is based in Cleveland, Ohio. It's a family-owned business founded in 1969 by a veteran whose local church was having trouble sourcing bingo supplies. So they searched out a bingo printer who was for sale and they got into the bingo business. So we provide bingo, sealed ticket games, all the products that support charitable gaming. And we're based in Cleveland, Ohio. We do have some presence in Canada, a little bit in the UK and a little bit in Latin America, but predominantly we're a United States business.
All right, thank you. Senator Timberlake?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what percentage is that goes to Arrow?
Well, generally, some of that is mandated, a minimum mandate that has to go to the charity. But how much ultimately comes to Arrow is usually the result of the rules and regulations that are put in place and whatever contractual agreement they make with the charitable organization.
Approximately how much is that? We're avoiding the question. 30% goes to the state? 30%, is that what it is? Because I said, thank you.
Well, and just for one point of clarification, Senator, Arrow is the product and service provider. We operate through Maine-based distributors. So it'll be the Maine-based distributors that have the agreements with the charities, and we would provide the products and the technology to support the program.
I appreciate you answering the question. And I also appreciate Representative Boyer helping out as well too. Technically, we're not supposed to crosstalk, but I appreciate you helping out. Are there any further questions from the committee members? Thank you very much for your time. And are you going to be available for the work session? Are you going to be online or will you be here?
My intention is to be present for the work session. I can't imagine what would keep me here other than some family matter that is unavoidable.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
We are hearing testimony in favor of LD 1902. If you are here to testify in favor of LD 1902, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, we will move on to testimony against LD 1902.
I'm going to speak for it.
I'm sorry, sir, are you speaking for or against? For?
For it.
For it? Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying, yeah, I'm just like.
The influence.
I have no
You
I
changed
have no
my mind.
opinion. I was just like struck by your passion. All right. You know the drill.
Yeah. So hi, my name is Don Barberino. And good morning, Representative Supika and distinguished members of the committee. I operate the two off-track betting facilities in the state, one in Waterville and one in Sanford. This is to follow up on what Peter Connell was saying about the compromise language that is being proposed. It's actually what we're talking about doing is historical horse racing again. And the reason for that is now that the climate's changed in the state, now that iGaming's been passed. And so we need to keep up with what's going on. We're not looking to, we're looking to stay competitive, basically. This is a defensive tool. It will provide revenue stream dedicated to racing. It will enhance purses, breeders' incentives, and will help the agricultural affairs. It will bring people into our facilities where we employ people, pay local taxes, and will be a real economic generator. I think some of us are familiar with historical horse racing. It's been used in other states, notably Kentucky, Virginia, and in Arkansas. That has helped the racing industry. And that's what we're looking to do. Stay competitive, especially in a game in the world that is running away from us. There's mobile iGaming now, which is going to be difficult to compete against. So historical horse racing has proven to be the single most effective tool nationwide for preserving live racing, stabilizing purses, retaining horses in agricultural jobs, and allowing racing to compete responsibly in modern gaming environment. And I think the bill has been, the language has been passed around or will be, and with far greater, more detail than that. But basically, all we're looking to do is stay competitive in a world that's changing fairly quickly, and our industry needs that alternative wagering. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barberino. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Graham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have some written testimony for us?
I could give you that, yeah.
Thank you.
I'll give it quick.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's a little more detailed. And we can answer more detailed questions at the core committee.
Thank you.
Good.
Are there any further questions? Thank you very much for your time. We are taking testimony in favor. Last call for testimony in favor. Wow. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yep.
Good morning, Representative Lupika.
I apologize. Yes, what?
I said good morning.
Good morning.
Representative
Good
Lupika.
morning. Please introduce yourself and begin when you are ready, sir.
Thank you. My name is Bill Childs. I'm here today as president of the Maine Standardbred Breeders and Owners Association. We met yesterday and had a board vote on this, and it was a 7-0 unanimous in support of the amendment. I've stood at this podium countless times, I guess, over the last 30 years. My family's been involved in horse racing for now 5 generations. I've heard the stories many, many times. Many of you have heard this before, and I don't wish to bore you, but I do think it's important to talk about the history here a little bit. In the 1930s, this legislature passed betting at racetracks, and that was done with a broad coalition. A lot of people were supported by that, the fairs, the horse racing industry. And that was true until the 80s when the state of Maine decided to put the lottery in. And the lottery was a stiff competition for the racetracks, and our attendance suffered, our handles suffered, and but we've withstood that. That was 35, 40 years ago, and we're still here. In the 1990s, the OTBs came along. We worked with them. That helped in some regards. It hurt as far as on-track attendance, but overall, it was seen as a benefit. In 2003, some of you will remember the casino referendums, the Racino referendums that were brought in the state. We worked very much toward supporting that. That has been a tremendous help to us, and those are all brick and mortar things that we're talking about right now. But life's changing. It's changing fast. And 2020s, the internet gambling stuff came to the fore. All that money pours out of the state. It doesn't stay here whatsoever. It doesn't support local businesses, doesn't support the open space, doesn't do anything to help the residents of the state of Maine. The LD 1902 will be another tool to help us compete with the now ubiquitous online gaming and that's occurring. I watch all the young people on their phones when DraftKings and so on, making bet after bet after bet, in-game betting. It's dizzying. It's purely dizzying. At least with the racetrack, you have to go there to make a bet, or you have to register for online, but you're supporting local Maine industry. And I would ask the committee to seriously consider changing times. That's where we are. Don't know if anybody has any questions for me.
I do.
Mhm.
And just for clarification, you're referring to the amendment that everybody agreed on.
Yes.
And we don't have a copy of that amendment, so it's a little confusing for us to look at specifics of the policy and to consider that. We will, though, be able to distribute that at some point to the committee, and so it's going to make it a little hard for us to ask questions and to dive into that.
I will be back for the workshop if
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
of any
All right.
interest.
All right. So are there any questions on the amendment that we don't have in front of us right now? All right.
Well put.
All right.
Thank you.
So we are hearing testimony in favor of LD 1902. Welcome.
Morning. That doesn't work. Good morning,
Representatives Paquette, distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Barry W. Norris. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association of Agricultural Affairs. We represent the 25 licensed agricultural fairs in the state of Maine. We're here today in support of the proposed compromise language that is being presented. This compromise language would help us compete with the discretionary spending, especially now that it seems that iGaming will become law. Live harness racing is starting to see a slight comeback in the state of Maine. And we feel that this historic harness racing may prove very effective in preserving live harness racing, retaining and stabilizing not only our horse supply and our agricultural jobs, but allowing racing to compete responsibly in modern gaming environment. I thank you for your time and your patience today, and I would be available for work session if required. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony and for taking the time today,
Thank you for
sir.
your time.
We are hearing testimony in support of LD 1902.
Yes, my name is Michael Cushing. I'm from Farmington, Maine. I'm the president of the Maine Harness Horsemen's Association. I represent the 400 or so members of our association, many of whom made their livelihood from harness racing. I stand before you in support of the agreement that has been worked on for this 1902. I can tell you that to repeat a little bit of what's been said, but I'm going to keep it very brief. With the onset of iGaming and things of that nature, many of the people I represent rely on harness racing for a living, and we're being cannibalized to a point where we're on a little bit of an upswing, as Mr. Norris is saying. We don't want to see that momentum taken away. We would support of 1902 with a compromise language. I realize that'll be part of the work session, but if we're part of it, I will be available here for you, and we will be supportive of such a thing. I would take any questions if you had some.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? All right, thank you for your
Thank you.
time. All right, any folks here in support of LD 1902? Last call for in-person testimony in support of LD 1902. All right, then we will move on to testimony against LD 1902. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself and where you are from, who you represent.
Sorry. Chair Supika, members of the committee. My name is Chris Jackson. I'm a resident of Bodenham. I'm here today on behalf of my client, Penn Entertainment, the operator of Hollywood Casino, Bangor, in opposition to this bill. As you've heard me say numerous times before this committee, Hollywood Casino has been a major economic engine and taxpayer since the company invested more than $130 million to develop and open the property 18 years ago. Since then, we've continued to invest tens of millions more into the facility and currently employ nearly 300 Maine residents. And we support thousands of indirect jobs and have extensive economic and charitable activity in and around Penobscot County as well. We also are home to a 152-room hotel. Most notably, Hollywood Casino has paid nearly $500 million in taxes to the state and the city of Bangor since opening, including nearly $26 million in gaming taxes last year alone. Together with our counterparts in Oxford, the casino tax, or you've heard it referred to as a cascade, supports 19 worthwhile recipient organizations, Scholarships for UMaine, the community colleges, Maine Maritime, Fund for a Healthy Maine, veterans organizations, agricultural fairs, horse racing, et cetera, et cetera. The state's commercial casinos will be at a severe competitive disadvantage once the new iGaming law goes into effect, jeopardizing gaming and associated tax revenues and jobs in and around Bangor and Oxford. You don't have to take Hollywood Casino's word for it. Those are the words of the regulator, the chair of the Gambling Control Board, who testified to that very point last year. Coupling this risk by adding yet another new gaming product, slot machines, at thousands of charitable organizations and veterans clubs throughout the state risks further erosion. Electronic pull tabs are slot machines. You've seen this graphic I've passed around before. Everybody can tell here what waddles like a duck and quacks like a duck is a duck, or in this case, slot machines. There's no further clearer validation at this point than what the owner of the largest slot machine company said about these machines when they purchased the charitable gaming company Grover recently. These are slot machines on slot cabinets. That's what they are. Just ask them. Allowing these machines throughout Maine will further erode and ultimately risk destroying the state's strong, responsible gaming framework. Without the highly regulated framework with strict Gambling Control Board oversight that is currently in place within the four walls of our brick and mortar casinos, there will be no protection for minors playing or protection for those suffering from gaming addictions, and no way to ensure the criminal element stays at bay. It's important to note Maine veterans benefit from the tax cascade currently in place for commercial casinos. They also are a beneficiary in the new cascade for the tribal-only iGaming law, making them perhaps the only entity that will benefit from all three gaming products. I see my time's up, Madam Chair, so I'll stop there and be happy to try to answer any questions, but strongly urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
I see we do have questions. Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. and Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for being here.
Yes, sir.
My question is, at the casinos, what is the age to go in and gamble?
I'm sorry?
What is the age required by law to gamble?
21.
What is the age in this bill? Did you happen to notice?
I don't know if it's
It's-
18 or
it's 18.
21.
It is 18. I
18.
just want to clarify that. I wanted to make sure that was a question for you.
Thank you. Thank you for following the rules. I appreciate that. Representative Faircloth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By some of the proponents, or at least one, I heard that passage of this legislation that we have yet to see would benefit everyone, including areas where there are casinos. And I just wanted to give you a chance to offer your reaction to that, evidence-based.
Thank you for the question. It's hard for me to square up the logic to that, given the fact that we are licensed to operate 1,500 slot machines in the property in Bangor, and we currently operate less than half that number. It's not because we don't want to make more money and contribute more revenue to the state of Maine. It's because the market just isn't there for it. So adding tens of thousands more of these machines throughout the state, it's hard to imagine how that's going to help Bangor and Oxford. I hope that answers the question. I can try to get more clarity for work session if you'd like.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have a question, and I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer it now, but I would love if you're able to come back to the work session. Bangor has a track, and there is a history of horse racing there.
Yes.
Is there any path forward where Hollywood Casino and Penn National could partner, or we could help to expand and grow historical horse racing and do something in Bangor? Because I see, I'm from Bangor, I represent Bangor, that there's a lot of opportunity there, and it's a heritage industry. And so I want to know is how can I see a lot of competition here in this room over the past 5 years, and how can we have like a rising tide raise all ships here and do something good for where we partner with the casino, with Penn National, with historical racing, and do something where we help to develop in our communities and also help this heritage industry and get people coming to Bangor to partake in this? Like, is there an opportunity there that you see? And is there something in the law that's standing in the way of that?
It's a profound question, actually. We had this discussion at the property, I remember a year or so ago, where we talked about that. I mean, historical horse racing machines, electronic pull tab, they're slot machines. I mean, we are going to oppose expansion on that grounds. we do a lot for the horse racing industry through our Cascade. We operate the track for the city of Bangor. It's a stipulation of the casino's license. I don't know what the number is, but off the top of my head, I think it's something like $10 million a year that goes from Bangor to the ag fairs, purses, sire stakes and things like that. We feel like, and things are looking up for the track in Bangor, but we do feel like we're doing a lot. You can always do more. We want things to continue to improve. But we're always happy to have the discussion.
Yeah.
It's an important industry.
And my question then would be, and I'm not trying to put this all squarely on Penn National, is what can the city of Bangor, but also what can the state do to help with that, like to help with development in that region and also other parts of the state, so it's not so competitive, and we can, look forward to the work session and have that conversation there, between now and then. But because I look at the area and I see a lot of, a lot of area where there could be development, there could be more businesses, there could be more opportunity, and I'd like to see more partnership. And I would like Penn National to be involved with it. I hear from the Downtown Bangor Partnership often. And now that area is part of Downtown Bangor. So I would like to know is how can the state help the city of Bangor, but also Penn National develop and help out the harness racing industry, but also how can we help Penn National be a part of that too with the laws? So, yeah. Representative Boyer and then Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the concern of brick and mortar jobs, I understand and appreciate that. Setting that concern aside, is there any further narrowly tailored version of this where we limit the organizations? We go from 5 or 10 to 1 and 3 machines, or is it a flat 0, opposition from your client?
I think it would be, we would oppose, I think, any proliferation of additional slot machines. We can't even fill the capacity that we're licensed for right now. I haven't seen Mr. Cannell's amendment, and I'm usually reluctant to give a position on an amendment we haven't seen, but just based on, we're going to be opposed. I'm certain of that.
Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chris, for your testimony.
thank
I'd love to give you an opportunity to verify the information. So here's the question. Of the 11 states that we've learned about today that have this in place, it has been said that the casino revenue continues to climb, continues to soar, increase. So would you take a look at that information and explain to us your findings relative to that information?
I will have it for the work session.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Are there any further questions from committee members? Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you
We
for having
appreciate
me.
it. We are hearing testimony against LD 1902. If you're here to testify against, please come forward, introduce yourself, who you represent, if any, and any paperwork that you hand to the clerk. If you have it collated, that is very helpful when it comes to handing out to the committee members.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Woodcock. I am President and CEO of the Maine State Chamber of Commerce. I have written testimony. I did want to reinforce 2 regional chambers that also are submitting testimony on this bill in opposition. My colleagues, John Williams of the Oxford County Regional Chamber and Deb Newman of the Bangor Regional Chamber of Commerce. Honestly, these casinos have become foundations for those states' economies, destinations. To the question about the increase in revenue in other casinos in other states, these are unique facilities in Maine. These are really destined to be destinations. I would be cautious in interpreting how other states have been impacted versus how it would be impacted in Maine. I would also just say that we would be cautious. There has been some changes in statute governing casinos in this legislature. I would echo all of the presenters' comments about nonprofits. They are going through some demographic challenges. If there was a different vehicle that the chamber could support, we would welcome efforts to increase revenue and congregate in these nonprofits. However, we do need to think about the consequences. And we are concerned about the impact on the two casinos that have become destinations for Bangor and Oxford County. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Frost?
Sorry, it's so hard to talk. I think you just said that we'd be cautious about comparing ourselves to other states. Can you explain more?
Well, I think Bangor and Oxford County are very different. So I think, you just have to look at the market in Maine versus these other states. I heard the testimony and read it very carefully that revenue would continue to increase. That's different than not have a negative impact on the casinos. So I think it needs to do, for changes like this magnitude, the casino market and how gaming has evolved has been iterative, but we are where we are. And these two casinos have become foundations for these economies. And I think we just need to do some due diligence on how it would affect the existing operations of these casinos.
Any follow-up questions? Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
We are hearing testimony in opposition of LD 1902. Push him out of the way. No. Oh. You know the drill.
Yep.
Good. Representative Supika, members of the, you right? Members of the VLA committee, my name is Dan Walker. I am with Freddie Flaherty and I represent the Oxford Casino Hotel owned by Churchill Downs. We're here today in opposition to LD 1902. The Oxford Casino was open for business in 2012. It has expanded 3 times. And it currently has 955 slots out of a possible 1,500, as you've heard, 22 table games, 2 restaurants, and 2 full bars. Importantly, it employs 350 Mainers, vast majority with full benefits, and it has brought economic vitality to a region that sorely needs it and needed it at the time it was developed. I'm attached to my testimony in the back in really small font are the beneficiaries of the Oxford Casino. LD 1902 would allow for the operation of these electronic devices or similar devices. And the bill says in any nonprofit. So sorry, that was, it's a little small. Yeah. I had to fit it on there. So yeah. So, in any nonprofit. You've heard, so the sponsor's testimony talked about nonprofits all over the state. One of the people who testified, who represents the production, talked about nonprofits all over the state. We've heard from, there's a compromise that limits this. We don't know exactly who they are, but the way it reads right now is that it would allow for thousands of these all over the state. As you also heard, these are slot machines, and they look like one. It's they're advertised to be a casino-like experience. I include in my testimony in a larger font links that will get you to pictures of them and also video of them in operation. So combined with the recent authorization of iGaming, which was already the largest expansion of gambling in Maine history, and then you combine that with thousands of new devices in communities all over the state, this is going to put the system, it's going to strain it. It's going to hurt the economic stability of the existing employers. It's going to hurt taxpayers. It's going to hurt the beneficiaries. There's unequal tax treatment here. In the bill itself, there is no tax. You've heard there is something, but the casinos pay 46%. You've also heard this uneven application of basic regulatory standards. They would allow 18-year-olds in while the casinos are 21. There's no mention of these exclusionary lists. So in sum, the bottom line is that supporting veterans and charities should not come. It's noble thing to do, but it should not come at the expense of destabilizing Maine's existing gaming industry, the local economies, the local brick and mortar facilities, the related jobs, the businesses that depend on these, and all the beneficiaries of the cascade. So I'll take any questions. Thank you very much.
Representative Frederickson, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Dan, for your testimony. So thank you for illustrating that the casinos pay 46% in taxation, and in this bill proposal, there's 0% taxation.
Correct.
Okay. And the disparate age requirement, 18 years old in the bill for these, and it's 21 currently required age requirement to get into a casino. Here's the question.
Yes.
Hold on now. You mentioned these machines visually, and I've seen the photos. They appear like a slot machine. Do you know, is there an audio function? Do they ding, 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 ding like a slot machine? Is there a?
Yeah, I think in the video that I observed, it looks and feels
To your
like
knowledge,
it.
it's yes, there is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And it's just that's kind of the tip of the iceberg. I just mentioned the 18 to 20, 18-21 difference, mentioned the tax, mentioned the exclusionary list, but there's very little regulatory support for this in here. And again, there's a compromise, but we haven't been privy to it. We don't know what's in it.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. We are hearing testimony against LD 1902. If you are here to testify against LD 1902, please come forward. Make sure that you sign in. Tell us who you represent, if anyone, and where you are from. Welcome.
No pen.
There's no pen. All right. We have a pen thief, I'm
This
sure.
one doesn't write.
This one
Oh,
doesn't
here it
write.
is. Sorry. Found it. Madam Chairman and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs, my name is Cynthia Robbins. I am the owner and operator of the Poland Spring Resort and Golf Course. I am providing testimony in opposition to LD 1902, an act to support nonprofit organizations by authorizing the operation of electronic Lucky 7 devices and similar sealed ticket games. Poland Springs started as a stagecoach stop back in 1794 when George Washington was president. For over 150 years, Poland Spring was owned and operated by the Ricker family. Hard times struck in World War II, and consequently, many ownerships happened until my husband and I began its transformation in 1972. Through years of hard work, we ultimately prevailed and were successful. With our staff, we have brought over 20,000 visitors a year to Maine to enjoy our golf course and other amenities. We employ 150 residents in full and seasonal part-time jobs. Our resort is also a founding member of the Gems of 26, a group of nonprofits and for-profit businesses, including Shaker Village, McLaughlin Gardens, the Maine State Building, and the Maine Wildlife Park along Route 26. I was also chairman of the Poland Economic Development Committee for many years. I also sit on the Hospitality Committee for LA Metro Chamber, and I also am a member of the Oxford Chamber. All of these organizations have hugely benefited from the increased tourists that Oxford Casino has brought us. An extensive number of new visitors to Western Maine since the opening of Oxford Casino more than 10 years ago has provided my business and other businesses of the region which a much-needed shot in the arm. Many of the casino customers have stayed at my inns and eaten at my restaurants. Before the casino opened in 1913, our business was purely seasonal. Now, thanks to steady round visitors, we operate all year round and have created more jobs. The casino made this possible. In other states, machines like those proposed resemble slot machines, and introducing them across Maine would likely reduce the casino's patrons and impact local businesses like mine. We are starting to finally recover from COVID-era losses, both in staffing levels and visitation. However, this recovery remains fragile. I respectfully ask that you do not undetermine the economic progress that our area has experienced by authorizing casino-style machines in nearby communities. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your time and testimony today. Senator Hickman or Senator Timberlake?
Most people do.
Most senators grandstand, so I get you all kind of confused in my mind. You got a statement?
Yeah, I got a statement. Welcome, Miss Cindy, to before our committee. It's more of a chance for me to say hello.
Hello, Jeff.
We've been friends for a number of years, and I really appreciate. But because she's a bully, she's going to make me make you ask a question. So I take it by your testimony, you think this is really going to affect your business at Poland Springs, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart because I do agree with you.
Yes, it will. We occasionally run shuttles back and forth. Before COVID, we ran a lot of shuttles to the casino. A lot of people stay at the hotel. That their entertainment for the night is what they're looking for. We used to run shows every night of the week. Now, because of the casino, most of our guests are heading west. So yes, it's going to affect me.
Thank you. And just one quick one. Being in all seriousness, I mean, as I understand it over the years of watching it grow since the casino's been there, people will come and play golf during the day and then end up
Go to the
over
casino at night.
casino at night.
Yeah.
So it helps you along with the
Yes.
rest of the county and the state.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Robbins, for being here. Isn't it great to have the best state representative in the whole state of Maine?
You don't have to answer that.
Can I give a really short one? David and I worked together getting the Stepula Siberian sled dog is the new state dog. So we were like on daily contact for about a year making that happen. So.
That was a fun legislation. Are there any?
And Jeff didn't like it. But he kept his mouth shut.
I'm not going to say. Are there any further questions from the committee? Well, thank you for your time and thank you for that legislation. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any, is there any more testimony against LD 1902? If you are here to testify against LD 1902, please come forward, introduce yourself. Last call for in-person testimony against LD 1902. All right, we are moving on to in-person testimony for neither for nor against LD 1902. And after we do neither for nor against in person, we will move on to online, but right now we are doing in-person testimony, neither for nor against.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Representative Sapika and rest of the
I
distinguished.
apologize. Do you have written testimony?
I'm sorry, I don't.
No, that's
I'm
okay.
also winging it. I
No,
did
that's,
not.
that's all right. I just wanted to make sure you didn't. And
I did not intend to testify
Yeah,
today,
you're
but
good.
listening to folks who came before me and realizing that there's been some agreement that I did not get a chance to see
Yeah.
ahead of time, I decided to testify today, neither for nor against. So my name is Lori Manson. I am here on behalf of the Maine Council on Problem Gambling. I am a resident of the town of Bowdoin. My day job, I work here in Augusta at a nonprofit called Adept Educational Institute, and we have the contract with Maine CDC to manage problem gambling services in the state of Maine. So whenever I look at a bill, I'm not trying to say, let's not have legal gambling in Maine. I'm just trying to say, if we have legal gambling, let's be sure that it addresses gambling addiction appropriately. So since I learned today a little bit about a proposed cascade, I just wanted to remind you that best practice on any gambling bill is to have at least 1% go to Maine's Gambling Addiction Prevention and Treatment Fund. So if money's going to go to the milk fund and if money's going to go to harness racing, don't forget that money to help people become aware about gambling addiction and what services are available and to support services is very important. Some other things that I noticed in the bill that I would want to be, that I would hope would change is that age difference of 18 to 21. Any recent legislation has been 21. Sports betting is 21 and casinos are 21. I would want to be sure that there will be appropriate language to make sure there is appropriate oversight of the machines. I'm not worried at Oxford and Hollywood around, are they making sure that the people that come in are at least 21? Are they making sure that people aren't on the self-exclusion list? I know that that's being well monitored, but if you just have a few machines in any nonprofit, we need to be sure that that same kind of oversight is happening in those smaller places. And if I am invited to the work session, I would love to bring you some information for this bill and for other bills, just to be aware of the special considerations when it comes to veterans. Military and veterans have a higher rate of gambling addiction. And there are some special considerations we should take into account whenever we are introducing a bill to bring slot type machines to organizations that serve veterans. And that's, like I say, I was just winging it. So that's all I wanted to say.
well, thank you very much for your testimony today. And are there any questions from the committee? Representative Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I respectfully request that you're winging it. You put it in written testimony because these issues, all of them that you stated are something that I really think we should consider, if particularly if we amend this bill. So thank you for that. And yeah, I look forward to your written testimony.
Representative Faircloth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be curious, yes, if you're getting to written testimony, if there's any data you can provide about indications about legislation of this type and how it might affect problem gambling. Are there examples of situations, studies that indicate that there would be increased problem gambling and how analogous to the situations that we're discussing here? Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
All right. Last call for in-person testimony, neither for nor against. Welcome, Director.
Shame on you. My eyes, my eyes.
Begin when you are
All
ready,
set?
sir.
Okay. Representative Sapika and distinguished members of Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Milton Champion, Executive Director of the Gambling Control Unit with the Department of Public Safety. I'm here today on behalf of the Department of Public Safety to testify neither for or against LD 1902, which is an act to support nonprofit organizations by authorizing the operation of electronic Lucky 7 devices and similar sealed ticket games. This bill will provide both organizations and the unit with a better way to regulate and offer complete games, removing the human element to eliminate fraud and collusion with the operation of the sale of sealed tickets. This would not remove the authority to offer the sale of paper sealed tickets, say at fairs and other special events. This will require additional staffing to oversee shipments into and out of the state of Maine. Machines would have to be certified by an independent laboratory and verification by the unit staff so that machines will have a state seal accounting for all devices at eligible organizations and tribal entities. And before I close, from what I've been hearing this morning, or at least in the last hour, I just want to bring to your attention that the way the bill is currently written right now is, first and foremost, there's no cascade. The distributor would get 30%. The gambling control unit for oversight would get 1%, which totals 31%. And if my math is right, the organizations would get 70 or 69%. So when we talk about a cascade, I don't know where that percentage is going to come from. So that would be another chunk coming out of the 69% for these eligible organizations. I would just comment also that these organizations allow members to come into their facilities and their guests. So these organizations, for the most part, are not open to the general public like a casino is. I think, as a part of this, you also might want to drill in on what organizations as well, because right now eligible organizations consist of fraternal, educational, political, fire housings, firemen, that type of thing. So I think you might want to look at maybe possibly drilling in on that a little bit. And then historical racing, honestly, anything other than the way the bill is currently written, we would oppose any type of amendment. So we're neither for or against as written right now, but I'd certainly be here at the work sessions to work on anything else that you might consider. And additionally, Additionally, I offered some information from some recent audits that we've been doing at the charitable organizations, and also the gross revenue that we were able to, from the reports that we receive, and this is again an estimate, but this is the gross revenue from sales or from the games played by eligible organizations in 2024, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about as far as revenue is concerned. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Director. Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Champion, for being here. I got like three to four questions here. First, do you have any idea of how many slot machines do you think this might be expanding to approximately?
We do have those numbers. I don't have them for me because I figured that would be something that I could bring at the work session.
Okay.
I didn't know that was going to be a question.
No,
Senator.
that's okay. The
We absolutely
work
do.
session's fine.
Absolutely. We'll have that for you, yes.
Also, I guess this would probably be for the work session, if I may continue, Madam Chair. Do you know what the average revenue per slot machine is in the casinos that goes into the 46% that goes to the state?
I can also get that information for you as well, sir, for the work session.
And
I
in your,
apologize.
okay, and that's fine. I just need it for the workshop.
Yeah.
And in your statement, you said that this would only go to places that were members, or where members and their guests were invited. And so are we saying for the tribes that they got to be a member of the tribes in order to go in and use these, or is that going to be open to the general public so anybody could go in there?
Well, and that's why I brought it up, because I think it's something that you should take a look at. Where the tribes are concerned, I think they are in conjunction with their bingo offering, high
Which is
stakes
open to the
bingo.
public, as I understand.
So with that point, it would be open to the public, but it would only be for a certain period of time. It wouldn't be for 7 days a week, 24 hours, that sort of thing.
But it would be open to the public. It wouldn't be
Yes.
for members and members
Yes.
only.
Yeah.
All right,
It
I
would
look
be- it would
forward,
coincide with their high stakes bingo. Yes,
I look forward to all that information for the workshop.
absolutely.
Representative Boyer and then Representative Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have really grave concerns that only 3 of your 11 audited organizations demonstrated full compliance. I'm sure you'll probably say staffing's an issue, but what else can be done? Because, I think my understanding is like 5 or 10% fraud, give or take. And this seems, of the 11 out of 436 you tested, 8 of them were no good, and some of which were referred to the local police. When do you refer it to local police, and when do you try to take care of it as an administrative action?
Well, that's something that we work through with the organization. Obviously, you have to have a complainant, and we don't have the ability to do that because if there was, let's say, they had to pay 10% of the gross to the state, so they would be stealing from the state, so we could be the complainant. So without a complainant, there's nothing we can do. And really what we're doing here, and since the charitable gaming was transferred from the state police over to the Gambling Control Unit in 2017, we've been putting all our efforts in trying to educate these organizations. We had a couple years ago, there was some discussion about not playing the game all the way through, and they could close the game out early. They were losing revenue. And so we have been spending the last 8 years trying to educate. And we just recently, in the last, I believe, 3 months, we also went through the entire state. We had probably 8 or 9 town meetings to offer some information, and they were well attended by the organizations. We showed them our website and what ability they have to get information from our website, the applications, the rules, and all that sort of thing. So we've been up to this point and we continue to try to just educate these organizations. And don't get me wrong, these are volunteers. They're not professionals at what they do. And so while we try to not put strain on their reporting and their recording and that sort of thing, but we're going in now because we have from the last budget, we were given a specific auditor for charitable gaming. And so we're doing these audits now. Obviously there's 400 and some organizations, and with one person and a couple inspectors, it'd be hard to get all those organizations into 1 year. But as we go through, we're seeing what we're seeing and we're getting them to correct it. It's just unfortunate that the funds are not fraudulent, or they're not being, and I don't want to allege anything, but they're just missing funds. And so we're just trying to get them into a better compliance of recording and not shorting out if that in fact is what's going on.
Follow-up question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The list of 2024 organizations, is that comprehensive for the year of 2024?
Yes, that's
And-
for the year of
And
2024.
then do you know I see there's 436 in 2025. How much of an increase was that from 2024 to 2025?
We don't have the figures yet for 25. And it's really hard. Like I said, this is estimates because we're only getting on the ones that actually report. It's hard when you have one person to oversee 436 organizations and try to get them to report all when they're supposed to and that sort of thing.
Representative Graham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Champion. Couple questions. Your testimony is the bill will provide both organizations a unit with a better way to regulate and offer complete games, remove the human element to eliminate fraud and collusion with the operation of the sale of sealed tickets. That brings to mind that are we seeing a significant amount of fraud? And can you kind of expand a little bit about the statement that you made, that how
Okay.
that's going to help you? And I have a follow-up.
Sure.
Can you help me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so, it's not been a huge number, but we have seen where the sale, and this was all done through rulemaking changes and stuff to try to get a hold over this. But there was collusion, if a particular whether it's an employee or a member of the organization, knows when that winning ticket's going to come out. So they call their relative to come in and buy all the tickets left because they know there's a $500 winner, or they, you get a $5 ticket winner and he goes up to the bar person and says, don't give me the $5, just give me the 5 tickets. The bar person goes over, opens up the cash register, puts the 5 in her pocket or his pocket, and gives out the 5 tickets. So it's not necessarily a wash, right? Because, for that transaction.
So you feel that this bill would help better regulate that type of fraud?
Well, what it does is the machines take the element out.
Okay.
And the machines will do all the reporting.
I get it.
When the machine will say you should have in the bill acceptor, $1,000 from sales from yesterday. Well, you should have a $1,000 deposit, sort of, so to speak. So there's no person, like a person not counting the tickets, because some of these games will have upwards of a couple thousand tickets, and for them to sit there and count each one of the tickets, each one's $1, and they just don't have the staff or the time to do that. So they've been making projections or estimates.
Follow up.
Thank you. And the second question is, as I look at this, do you anticipate that there would be a pretty significant fiscal note if this bill was passed? Because you probably need more people to regulate all of this?
Yes, I believe there is a physical note. It's only for a couple inspectors, but we now have 3 to cover, which is a big significant increase from the one that I got, that I only had one back in 2017 when we got started. But we would be able to handle these transactions with maybe 1 or 2 additional inspectors. Yes.
Senator Timberlake?
I see that scowl. Just to follow up on, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on Representative Graham's comment when she asked about the machines versus the pull tabs. But as I understand the bill, the pull tabs don't go away. So paper tickets are still going to be available, and that same scenario is still out there. That doesn't change that as a whole.
Absolutely. That is correct. Yes.
Just wanted to clarify that.
But I don't know for sure, but I would assume that the organizations will be more comfortable going to utilizing these machines over a period of time, because you don't have that scenario where there's a possibility or there's funds missing or there's, any of that going on. So that would be something that we would see how it develops over the years.
Follow up. Yeah.
But under the current law, the way it's wrote, it doesn't necessarily has to happen.
That's correct.
Because they got to give away part of their revenue, more of their revenue when they do that versus what they're giving away now.
No, the way I interpret it is they don't have to have the machines, but they can have the machines.
And that means 30% of their revenue would go out of state at that point in time, right?
It would go to the distributor. Yes.
Senator Doosan?
And don't forget now, the distributors.
I apologize.
Oh, I'm
sir.
sorry.
Yeah. Senator Doosan?
I'll try to remember what else.
Did you answer? Yeah.
I
Senator
apologize, Senator.
Doosan, please ask your question. Yeah.
So these machines are not being purchased by the organization necessarily, right? They're being serviced, so these distributors are not just delivering and walking away and calling it a day. If the machine breaks down, they send techs out. If whatever happens, that sort of, if there's upgrades or any of that to the software or anything of that nature, these distributors are handling that as well. Okay, sorry.
Senator Doosan. Are you sure?
Yes.
No, okay.
She gets the call on me, not
Yeah.
you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I have just a couple of questions that are around making sure I have a accurate understanding of how the process works in terms of inspection and audit of the activities of the organizations that are involved in the process. So the list in our file of some 11 organizations, that reflects the number of audits out of 11 organizations out of the 436 that you've been able to get to in a year's time.
No, that was in the last quarter. So that was
That
the
was-
months of October, November, and December of this last quarter.
Okay.
Where we had at least one auditor working on it as a result of some of the hanky-panky we read in the newspaper.
Mhm.
And then we had, through the budget process, we had an additional auditor added. And so that's just the ones that we were able to do from October to December.
And doing those audits are complaint driven? That is, do you have a regular cycle of audits, that would get to every organization in a 5-year cycle or something?
Yes, I
That
think
kind of- mhm,
our position would be to start with the bigger hitters
mhm.
and work our way down to the little guys. Not necessarily,
But there is a
start.
plan to work through. it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
And when those audits are done, you provide a audit report to the organization?
Yes, it's handled in the same way that if we had a patron complaint or a member complaint, the complaint comes in, we rewrite it up in what we call an incident report. That notice of complaint is given to the organization. They have to respond within 30 days as to what the allegations were. And then the person that made the complaint gets to see what the response from the organization was. Then they get to respond. And then from there, the executive director with his staff makes a decision on what a disposition would be. And I would say up to this point, it's been nothing but educational.
Yeah, yeah. And in the end, the organization itself that has now received the inspection report, if there are findings of, I forget the word you used, shenanigans, or if there are findings of errors or shenanigans, the organization, do they then submit a management improvement plan or something like that to state what they're going to do to make sure it doesn't recur or to fix the problems?
That would be a part of their response. Yes,
Great.
absolutely.
So I asked all those questions is to be able to articulate, isn't it so? That these organizations that in many cases are a small organization with not a lot of staff, in many ways, they're the actual customer of your inspections, of your audits. This might be your review of the transactions might be their best opportunity to see what's going on, to be able to have what's going on in their organization highlighted for them, because they're not in this because they want to be engaged in shenanigans. They're providing a service for their members. Most of them have boards, members who serve in leadership. And I just wanted to put out there that the work you do is a valuable service to these organizations themselves. And so I appreciate your neither for nor against conversation on this bill, but I also want to be sure I heard you correctly that if we have already received an amendment, proposed amendment. I'm not sure I got straight exactly who was in the negotiations on that amendment. But I heard you say that you look askance at any amendment proposed and you'd want to go over that in a very detailed way and provide information to the committee as to whether the GCU would oppose that language.
Right. At this point, other than what was written and what I reviewed, I would oppose. Yes.
Thank you very much.
So my understanding is that there has been no proposed amendment from any member from the committee yet, that there's amendment floating around in the public that somebody would like to have proposed, but there's no proposed amendment. And I think the official term was hanky panky that you were searching for. Representative Frost, you had a question?
Yeah, I do. Sorry, I'm just not that familiar with gambling anywhere. But I know, like, I have friends or acquaintances who will, gather a group and go to a casino to gamble. So my question is, we heard from the casinos that they're against the bill. And in my experience, these groups go to, like, for the weekend, or for a night out or something like that. Do you think that, and then when you talked about the organizations that, for the bill are kind of contained, members of that particular organization are contained. Do you think that the people that are going to the casinos, um, do you believe that the casinos will be drastically affected by this bill? The people attending?
In my professional opinion, being in this industry for 38 years, there are table game players, there are slot machine players, there are sports wagerers, there are fantasy contest wagers. There's charitable folks that don't ever want to walk into a casino. They're okay with the social aspect of having friends, neighbors, members to be able to converse with. I don't know if we're anywhere close to like the threshold of there's no more gambling money left. You're going to be getting an annual report March 15th, and I've added not only the casino and ADW revenue from last year, but also the others, and you're going to see an increase in every one except for charitable. And charitable is just something that goes, and there's a big season in charitable because most of the licenses are year-long licenses, so they get them at the end of the year versus a lot of purchases during the year. So you'll be able to see that, but I haven't seen it. I mean, I look and I see what other states are doing. New Jersey, if my memory serves correct, New Jersey came out with internet gaming. The casinos went down for a month or two, and then boom, they came right back up again. Because there are people that will sit at home on their couch and play a slot machine on their phone. And then there's people that don't want to have anything to do with that. They like playing slots, but they want to go to the facility and play slots. That's no different than somebody going to the casino will never touch a slot machine, but they'll play a table game. So that's my professional opinion.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative Frost? Representative Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we're talking just a little bit about revenue, eating into other revenue and whatnot, when do you suspect that iGaming will go live? Because that's something in the equation that is kind of hanging over that could also affect brick and mortar.
Yeah, so right now, obviously, we've got a fiscal note in there. We're going to be hiring, I believe, 7 people. The law doesn't go into effect till after the session is done, which I think the date of the session end is April 15th. If that happens, then it's 90 days after that it becomes law. Right now, I'm working on the staffing because obviously for HR purposes, there's forms and stuff of that nature that I have to get filled out so that when it does become law, we can start posting those positions and hiring those folks. Unlike sports wagering, I want to have my staff that's going to oversee this doing a part of the rulemaking process where when it was sports wagering, halfway through the rulemaking process, I was able to get staffing. So it's been great that we're going to have the staff in advance. So they'll go through us through the rulemaking process. I think it's going to be probably, but don't hold me to this, really similar to sports wagering. You only do is you take out sports wagering, you put an iGaming. The only difference would be is that we wouldn't have I believe there are 6 chapters involving in-person sports wagering. Obviously, that wouldn't be a part of that rulemaking package. So I think it's something that we could turn around relatively quick. And my guesstimate would be that hopefully we could do something at the beginning of 2027.
Thank you very much, Director, for your time today and for your testimony.
Yep.
And we will see you at the work session.
Okay, thank you.
So we are hearing in-person testimony, neither for nor against. All right, so we will move on to online testimony. And we will go in order of online testimony for, against, and neither for nor against. We only have one person signed up though. So we will promote them. George Chabot. And if there's anybody else online who would like to testify, please raise your virtual hand. And it'll just be a moment while we wait for the technology to catch up with our wants and desires. If George Shabo is online and paying attention, if they could turn on their video. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So we run a 3-minute clock. Since you're not in the room, I will let you know when the 3 minutes are up. We ask that you introduce yourself, where you are from, and if you are representing any organizations. And at the end of your 3 minutes, I will let you know so that we have time to ask you any questions. So please begin when you are ready, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Dusant, Representative Supika, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is George Shabo, and I'm the Public Relations Chairman for Portland Moose Lodge 1310. I am also the Charities Chairman for the Northeast Moose Association. Please accept this testimony in support of LD 1902 legislation to improve charitable gaming in Maine. The legislation streamlines the management of charitable games, increases accountability, modernizes the game offerings to appeal to a wider variety of members, and allows for new electronic sealed ticket Lucky 7 games. Such changes would allow eligible organizations like ours to generate new sustainable revenue in support of our charitable missions. Charitable gaming has been a meaningful revenue source for the Portland Moose and has allowed us to raise funds to support operating costs, college scholarships, and to support numerous veteran and charitable community programs. The Portland Moose recently donated over $5,000 to the Travis Mills Foundation, and a lot of that comes from our efforts to raise funds. As the needs of our community continue to grow and costs continue to escalate, so too does our needs to raise funds. Sealed tickets are a specialized form of legalized gambling and gaming that is available to members and guests of our fraternal organization when they visit our halls or attend our events. This measure would not drastically change the gaming landscape in Maine. It simply gives the posts and lodges the opportunity, an option to introduce a modernized method of selling sealed ticket games that would enhance the entertainment value for our members. This legislation does not replace our paper ticket programs, as you have heard. It simply adds a new option. Our continual goal is to engage a younger demographic to improve the sustainability of our organization. The legislation supports that effort. This bill will have no financial impact on current gaming operations in the state of Maine, commercial gaming operations in the state of Maine. However, the impact on our organization will be substantial, as it will improve our ability to sustain our organizations and further our humanitarian and charitable goals. Finally, the updated technology includes a robust system for collection and reporting of data, which will allow for member organizations such as ours to have a more accurate accounting of the games and the revenue raised from them. The updated technology will also ease regulatory duties by streamlining auditing and report generation. I thank you very much for having me this morning, and I appreciate your support of LD 1902.
Mr. Shabo, you are in under the wire. Perfect timing. And thank you very much for your patience.
No problem.
Are there any questions from the committee? We appreciate your time and your testimony today. Thank you very much.
Take care.
We are hearing online testimony. If there's anyone online who would like to testify for or against, or neither for nor against, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no takers, we will close the public hearing for LD 1902. And any requests for information for our analyst, Senator Hickman? Senator Timberlake?
I'm good with it.
Yeah?
I'm good with it. It doesn't bother me. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like clarity on some of the questions that I had asked earlier. Is if we can get it, so we get it from our analyst, how many slot machines this potentially has for an expansion? We already know the age I had marked down is the age, 18 years old and 21 for gambling, but we've answered that, so we don't need to. What is the average revenue per machine in the casinos now? And what do they estimate the average revenue for machines that are in nonprofits? And I think that's it for what I got on my list.
Representative Boyer and then Senator or Representative Frost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could get a matrix of the other states and how they structure which organizations are eligible and the limits per how many machines, how they determine how many machines are allowed.
Representative Frost.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question or my ask is also the other states. I want to know whether they also allow 18-year-olds or if they've kept it at 21 in the other states. And then also, what's my other question? Oh, also if you could look into, I don't know if this is possible, I'm sure it is statistics wise, but gambling addiction, whether it has increased since those states passed that law, if they've had increased numbers in gambling addiction in those states, please.
Any further information requests? All right, so we will move on to the next public hearing, which is 2007. I am going to step out of the room and Representative Mallon will kick us off. I will be back shortly. I ask that Senator Timberlake, though, keeps the clock if I'm not back in time. So give us a moment as we change over the room.
I hereby open the public hearing for LD 2007, sponsored by our very own Senator Hickman and being presented by our very own Senator Dusen, I believe. If you don't have anything from him, you can still go up and maybe read the bill summary to us, and that's what counts for presentation.
2007.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. So, in speaking with Senator Hickman, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present the LD on his behalf. That is LD 2007, an act regarding the prohibition of online sweepstakes gambling. I don't have testimony provided to me by Mr. Hickman, Senator Hickman, and was my understanding that since it's a department bill, the department would speak to the committee.
Thank you very much, Senator Dusen. I'm assuming nobody has questions for her. Hearing none. Director Champion, please join us. Whenever you're ready.
All set. Thank you. Representative Mallon and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Milton Champion, Executive Director of the Gambling Control Unit with the Department of Public Safety. I'm here today on behalf of the Department of Public Safety to testify in favor of LD 2007, which is an act regarding the prohibition of online sweepstakes games. and I thank Senator Hickman for sponsoring this important measure. With the passing of this bill, Maine will join New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Nevada, Montana, and California, with more states to follow. This bill clarifies the operating or promoting an online sweepstakes game constitutes unlawful gambling within the meaning of Maine Criminal Code and establishes additional civil penalties related to that unlawful conduct. The bill impacts online games or contests that use a dual currency system of payment and that simulates casino-style gaming, including but not limited to slot machines, poker, and other table games, lottery games, bingo, and even sports wagering. Dual currency system of payment refers to the practice of using more than one system of coins or tokens to facilitate gameplay and is further defined in the bill. The bill provides that a person that operates or promotes an online sweepstakes game is subject to a fine of not less than $10,000 and not more than $100,000. The bill requires that all fines collected be distributed to the Gambling Addiction Prevention and Treatment Fund. Under the bill, if a person is found to operate or promote an online sweepstakes game and that person holds a license with the Gambling Control Unit or the Gambling Control Board within the Department of Public Safety to operate a casino, fantasy, sports, or even charitable gaming activities, the licensing entity must revoke that license. A person that violates online sweepstakes games prohibition is also ineligible to receive one of those licenses specified by the bill in the future. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I did, in the interest of giving you some more information, because I'm sure as it was initially confusing to me and still is, a description of the dual currency system, the mechanics, the accessibility, and some conclusions towards the end of that document. So again, thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I hope that I can answer, or I'll be ready for the work session.
Thank you very much, Director. And thank you very much, Representative Mallon. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Himes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I just read through this. I didn't see anything about a warning before you hit somebody with a fine. Is there any conversation about that? Somebody may not know that they're violating that. Can you talk to me about that gray area where an agency, an entity does this, doesn't realize it, and then gets a warning before a $10,000 fine, or no?
No, I don't think so. This has been going on for a year. I've been tracking this now, like I say, for over a year now. Other states have already either had laws passed or they're proposing laws against this. We know they're operating in Maine right now. You can go to any one of their websites and, and some even have like association or organizations that publicize that these are all you might have seen Kashi, Kashi, recently on TV. I just saw advertisements over the weekend. They're one of the sweepstakes operators. The next thing that you're going to hear me talk about in the years to come is predictions. But right now, the biggest conversation is these sweepstakes that are operating, no revenue, no regulatory oversight, no problem gambling, no harm, anything for, harm or any. And again, I'm not talking about just contributions. I'm talking about programs that prevent from people being harmed by these operations.
Nope, you did. Thank you.
You bet.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Frost?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you consider making this an emergency just to stop this quicker?
You know what? That's a good question. That honestly never came to mind, but I would certainly appreciate it. Yes. Yep.
Representative Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I understanding that this is looking to crack down on apps that allow you to buy 100 tokens for $100 and to gamble with those tokens and then receive 200 tokens and then you get $200 and therefore they made $100?
Absolutely. And I did put, I think in June of last year, I put out an alert to all citizens of Maine to be cautious of these online activities. And you have to read into the terms and conditions, even though they might seem they're operating legally, because there's no cost to pay, no purchase to play. But then when you look at the terms and conditions, you know, they might give you 1,000 coins to play with. And once you're done the 1,000 coins, you have to wait 72 hours to get another 1,000 coins, or you can get 1,000 coins for $20, you know? So there's all these little cutouts, these caveats, which, you know, my industry and the regulatory industry has to look at, share, as we do in our conferences, and just share that information, because there's folks out there and that's what they do. They get paid to think about how we can do this a little bit differently. And then we're running around post haste, trying to catch up to what their changes are.
Follow up, Madam
So, in fact, I will mention also sweepstakes originally came out, I believe, with the McDonald's monopoly, you know, no purchase necessary. And so now it's, okay, well, how can we do this just a little bit different, just a little bit different? And that's what we're getting into.
Would there be any penalties for the player? The Mainer that's using the app and doesn't know, or does know and doesn't care?
Absolutely not. And that's why, you know, that's why I tried to put out an alert. We try to educate through our website, through social media. You know, don't get involved in these unregulated sites, because when you send a complaint, and I've had maybe half a dozen since I've been here in 2016, where people have reached out and said, hey, I was playing on this and I won, I should get $10,000, go collect my money. And it doesn't work that way. So again, I would caution the citizens of Maine to be careful. If you want to know where to legally gamble, reach out to our unit website, reach out to Bablo, and you'll get your answers. But any of these other players, you're on your own. There's nothing we can do about it.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Chapman?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'm a little confused as the difference between sweeps, and I think I know your answer, but just the same, sweepstakes games and any other game, if I was, and I'm not a gamer, so bear with me here. If I was playing Tetris, and if I couldn't make the move, I could use a lightning bolt and I'd get a free move. I'm out of lightning bolts. I can buy 20 lightning bolts. And then if I make the move and I win that portion of the game, I get free 20 lightning bolts. How is that different than sweepstakes game?
Because you can't redeem it for any monetary value, either be cash, gift card,
Okay.
so forth and so on.
So
It's just-
these are all
That's
redeemable.
legitimate. That's legitimate. Like my grandson, right? He plays that and he gets his credits and he's the highest level guy. You know, it's like going in the arcade, the old days when we used to do the pinball. You know, oh, you know, I'm the top guy. Same thing with this scenario here. Now, when it involves purchasing and winning or getting a gift for that, then that's totally something different.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if there's no money involved getting paid out to the player, then it's not sweepstakes. So if I was playing a casino style game on my phone and I could purchase coins to continue playing, but at no point could they pay me or add money into my bank account, it is no longer sweepstakes games?
I would question you as to why you would purchase points to play if you're not going to get anything.
Same reason I
For-
bought the lightning
you know.
bolts to continue on Tetris. I wanted to see the spinning wheel spin. I'm not sure. I don't play games, so I'm just throwing it
Yeah,
out there.
Yeah. And
So
and
is
what-
it not a sweepstakes game or is it?
No, no, if you're paying money for credits with no ability to win anything, gift, monetary value or anything, you're just paying to play.
So that's
Right.
the defining
That's the cutoff.
difference. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking over some testimony, would this jeopardize beloved apps such as Word with Friends?
I'd have to look at it. I mean, obviously, you know, the ones that I see on TV, and I won't mention them, but I see a lot on TV, especially around the time when, you know, my wife likes to watch Jeopardy and 25 words or less, and you got all these advertisements about these games to play, you know, I'm sorry, I look at it as addictive, right? You're going to get in there, you're going to play, you're going to pay to play, you're going to, whatever case may be. It's part of gambling. Once you make a deposit or pay to play in order to win something of value, that's gambling. And that's in our current statute. Yes.
Senator Dusan.
I'm looking puzzled. Because if I could find a solution to this problem, I'd be so very happy. So there's, you know, I go to the casino over in Connecticut. I'm a Connecticut Suns fan. So when I go to a women's basketball game, I also waste some money at the casino. But otherwise, I play a little game that's on my phone right now. And in that game, I've won something like $11 trillion. So, but I'm not gambling. Can I figure out a way to get that to be real money?
Essentially what you're doing is you're getting points. They may call it dollars, cents, they can call it whatever they want. They call it gold coins, they call it sweep coins, whatever the case may be. But you can't redeem it for anything of value.
Exactly. I'm not
It's just
addicted.
there to make you feel comfortable and
like thinking
you're
I have
happy that you
trillions of
have all those points.
I do
Yes.
enjoy thinking I have trillions of dollars.
Isn't that something?
Are there any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you. Appreciate your support.
Right, we are taking testimony in favor of LD 2007. If you are here to testify in favor of LD 2007, please come forward. All right. We will move on then to testimony against LD 2007. You are here to testify against LD 2007, please come forward. All right, then we will take testimony neither for nor against LD 2007. If you are here to testify neither for nor against, please come forward. All right, then we will move on to online testimony. We have several people signed up. So we will begin to promote them. We'll take a moment and we will also go in favor of against or for, against, and then neither for nor against. So Madam Clerk, if you would just promote Kevin Cochran. And we'll let Sean Ostro and Lloyd Melnick know that they are on deck. Hello, sir. Welcome back. Please begin when you are ready.
Great, thank you. Thank you for having me again, Chair Topeka and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm here today. I'll keep my testimony brief. I'm in support of LD 2007. We appreciate the department bringing forward this piece of legislation. We think it serves an important purpose in the gaming landscape in Maine. Once again, I'm with DraftKings. We are a fantasy sports operator. We also operate online sports wagering in the state of Maine with our relationship with the Passamaquoddy tribe, and also operate internet gaming in 5 jurisdictions around the country. With the passage of LD 1164 last year and earlier this month, Maine has taken a step forward in legalizing a framework for online casino gaming that prioritizes consumer protection, responsible gaming, and regulatory oversight. Unregulated sweepstakes style casino platforms operate outside of that framework, drawing players away from licensed operators and undermining the intent of the law. This legislation would help close that gap and ensure online casino gaming, when stood up in Maine, is conducted in a safe and regulated environment. We also support this legislation because it will help retain players in that regulated market that does offer those consumer protections, has some fair play standards, offers RG resources to those players who need them. We think that the rollout of Maine's online sports wagering market has demonstrated that online gaming can be done in a safe way for players across the state, where they are protected, operators are accountable, and the state maintains oversight and control of the activity. So just to quickly summarize, LD supports the rollout, or LD 2007 supports the rollout of LD 1164, and DraftKings is in support of this legislation. We'd be happy to answer any questions or, be around for any questions as the process continues.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much again.
All right. So last call for online testimony for LD 2007. If you would like to testify in favor of LD 2007, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one raise their virtual hand, we will move over to testimony against 2007 online, and we will call forward Lloyd Melnick. If you are promoted, please turn on your video so we can see you.
Great. Is it working?
Yes, we can see you, sir. Welcome. So we run a 3-minute clock. We will start when you are ready. We ask that you introduce yourself, who you represent, if anyone, and where you are from. And then at the end of the 3 minutes, since you can't see the clock, we'll let you know so that we have time for questions.
Fantastic. Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veteran Legal Affairs. Thanks for this opportunity to lend my voice today to the discussion about the future of interactive entertainment in Maine. I am Lloyd Melnick. I'm the Chief Growth and Strategy Officer of VGW, the largest developer and operator of social plus games in the world. I myself have over 30 years of experience in the social plus and other interactive and video game spaces, previously working for companies including Disney and Zynga. Zynga is the one who brought you games like Words with Friends, which I heard mentioned earlier, Farmville, etc. At its core, VGW is also an interactive entertainment company like those I previously worked for, but it's disrupted the video game industry by developing new kinds of free-to-play games that have met increasing customer demand for fun, competition, and community. By banning these social plus games, Maine would be setting a precedent that any future interactive innovation interested in entering the state could be blocked. And that could even include things like daily fantasy or many of the opportunities like historical horse racing that I heard discussed earlier today. Instead, Maine can build on its momentum as an enterprising and forward-thinking state where innovators, entrepreneurs, industry disruptors battle it out in the market. That way, the residents of Maine have more entertainment options, and it creates fiscal opportunities for the state. As the pioneer of social plus games, VGW has always stood on its own merits against newcomers to give customers what they want at the highest of standards. We provide entertainment, and when we look at our competitors, it's not only other social plus game companies or traditional video game companies, but the first ones we look at are Netflix, Paramount, and everyone else trying to entertain customers. It shouldn't come down to who has the most influence, but who delivers the best games and player experiences to people who want to play. Since 2012, VGW games have been enjoyed by millions of people across the U.S., including many in Maine. Casino-themed games are nothing new. For those who don't want the stress of risking real money on a gambling website or a land-based casino, our games merely share mechanics with casino games without a player ever having to spend a dime. In fact, the majority of our players, most of whom are between 35 and 54, never spend a penny. And that's a point I really want to stress, because if you look at a land-based casino, if you look at a gambling company, an online gaming company, None of them have customers who never spend a penny. The majority of our players never spend a penny. They get the exact same experience. Our experience, much more like those apps you've been talking about earlier on your phone, where you probably don't spend a penny either. That's what really defines the Social Plus category. And critical to this body and also to us is player safety, security, and game integrity. And we're incredibly proud of the measures and features we have developed. We only have 3 minutes, so I'd be happy to answer questions about it. But we've been building out our responsible gameplay, our player protections since well before we were talking to any legislative bodies. Those have been in place for 10 plus years with us, and they are central to how VGW operates.
Thank
Our
you, sir.
company-
Your 3 minutes are up. So if you could please wrap up your testimony so we have time for questions. If you could
Sure.
finish your last sentence.
Sure. Thank you very much. So as I was saying, we're constantly innovating and improving our responsible social gameplay. We're really proud of it. Happy to discuss it further, given that my time's up. And I look forward to being part of this continued conversation with this body in the months and years ahead. Thank you, and I'd love to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Melnick, for being here. I understand that users have the option to spend their own money to, quote, enhance their gameplay. How much is that option marketed to those consumers? How aggressively is it marketed? And what is the potential impact on maybe minors using those games?
We have strict age gating at 21, so minors can't use it. We were actually the first company in our space to raise it, the age from 18 to 21. So I'll start there. We do market it. We're a for-profit company. And just like Zynga or, Candy Crush or any of these other products, we want people, we want many players to continue spending money. We're not aggressive in it, in my opinion. If someone runs out of coins and still wants to play, there's always ways to get more additional free play, more additional gameplay. You never are at the point where you have to make a purchase. We do make attractive offers because we think it's a lot more fun, and there are people who want to play a lot. And they want, and obviously, they do monetize. But we are not aggressive at all, which is part of the reason that we are, more than half of our players never make a purchase in their entire experience with us.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Melnick, for being here.
My pleasure.
Is your company based in the United States?
I'm in the U.S. We have multiple teams in the U.S. We're about 1,500 people. So it's between the U.S., we have folks in Australia, we have folks in Canada, and folks in Europe.
Thank you. A follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Do you agree with other testimony that puts the annual revenue for Social Plus platforms at 60 million for the state of Maine?
We can get back to you with the information on VGW. I can't speak for the full industry. It sounds about right, but I don't want to give you a definitive yes or no because I only know VGW numbers and I don't have even the.
Would you be willing to share VGW
Yeah, as I said,
numbers?
we'll be able to share that within 24 hours. We'll give that information to the committee.
And one last follow-up, Madam Chair. Thank you. Looks like I'm conflating a little testimonies, but are you in agreement with Mr. Ostral that some regulation is needed on these platforms, such as age gating? Do you guys voluntarily age gate? And they talk about registration and putting up some kind of regulatory structure. Do you think that's a direction that we should go rather than outright banning, or do you think things are good as is?
Very much so. We've actually been seeking regulation for years, and no one would listen to us because it's a huge gameplay category. You do have people spending billions of dollars across the U.S. We do think, and there are actors of varying qualities. Because we didn't have much traction getting regulated years ago, we actually went into the EU and worked with one of their gaming bodies there, a group called the Malta Gaming Association, to set up a regulatory body for sweepstakes, which we are regulated under, which does follow, and they do monitor our responsible gaming, our AML practices. Obviously, working for in an EU entity in the United States is far from optimal. They don't have the same connection with the players as we do, as you guys do. So we would love to work with the states, the regulators, attorney generals here to set up a more solid framework for this space.
Sir, I have a question. What kind of awards or cash equivalents does your company give out for your games?
So the way our games work, and someone mentioned Monopoly earlier, I actually like to use the example of Publishers Clearinghouse. You can tell I'm not young, so I grew up in the whole Ed McMahon stage. So what you do is, just like some of you were talking about, I think Words with Friends and Candy Crush. When you buy currency, and it's the same in our game. Sometimes we run promotions. That's the sweepstakes you hear about, where you also you buy this currency and you get a bonus. You're entered in sweepstakes, which you can play with. Those sweepstakes can lead to monetary rewards. They can be gift cards, but they can be redeemed for cash. But they are sweepstakes. You're not actually gambling. You're not buying the sweepstakes. You're not buying sweepstakes tickets. We give them to players as part of purchases, but you can also get them for free a multitude of ways, including, again, if you remember the Publishers Clearinghouse, alternative means of entry. You send in a postcard, you get free sweepstakes, but they can be redeemed for cash.
And in the sweepstakes, it would be for cash, or, so if I'm hearing correctly, cash or gift cards?
Cash equivalents. I think it's of stuff of monetary value.
And what kind of, what ranges are $5, $10?
Most of the
$40?
prizes are very small, but we do have big winners. We've actually followed the Publishers Clearinghouse. We do like to give out big checks. We've made multiple millionaires over the 10 years we've been around, or 12 years we've been in existence.
All right.
So some have been in the several million.
All right. And my other question is, earlier you mentioned that your company has disrupted the online gaming system. Could you, being from California, I always love when people use that word. Could you explain how you guys have disrupted the online gaming culture?
I think it's been a couple of things. It's been Social Casino without any promotions, without Social Plus, has been around for probably 2012. That's where I was originally working in California for Zynga, and it was and still is a very profitable multi-billion-dollar business. I think we did two major things. One is we did develop these sweepstakes promotions so that we run promotions regularly where people can win cash prizes in addition to the gameplay. That took it from being a great experience, especially for the people who never spend. A lot of those millionaires I mentioned didn't make a purchase at all. They won millions of dollars just by sending in a letter. So that made it a much more exciting experience. We also innovated on the quality of the content we've created. I think it used to be, we've invested a lot back into our product, and the games on our site are probably the best in the world.
Okay. Are there any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Look forward to any follow-up questions.
We are hearing testimony against LD 2007, and we are going to hear from Sean Ostro. Sean Ostro should be promoted. If you are promoted, please turn on your video so we can hear from you. Hello, Sean. Welcome. Thank you for your patience today. We run a 3-minute clock. We respectfully ask that you stop 3 minutes and wrap up your sentence so that we have time for questions. Please introduce yourself, who you represent, if anyone, and where you are from, and we will give you a gentle reminder when your 3 minutes is up. Begin when you are ready.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you all right. Yes,
Perfect.
you're good.
Thank you. So members of the committee, my name is Sean Ostro. I'm the Managing Director of the Social Gaming Leadership Alliance. We're an established alliance of market leaders and innovators in the social plus gaming space. I'm based in Lawrence, Kansas. So sorry I couldn't be with you in person today. But we are rising in opposition to LD 2007, which would ban and actually criminalize our entire industry, including law-abiding businesses that have been operating in Maine since 2012. We provide, as my colleague from VGW, Lloyd, mentioned, free, safe, and low-cost online entertainment to adults only. And we think it would just be antithetical to policy objectives, very similar to what you've done with other industries, such as daily fantasy sports and other, verticals that were mentioned in conversation today. As Lloyd mentioned, we take the same concept of those free-to-play social games. We do enhance it with the opportunity to win real prizes through widely established and well-known sweepstakes marketing arrangements. Currently, those are legal under Maine laws that define game promotions. As I said, we have been operating here since 2012. You can always play for free. There are always alternative methods of entry so that there's never any consideration given for the opportunity to play in these games or the opportunity to win a prize. So we have established a regime of very strong consumer protections. We're mandatory 21 plus. All the members of the SGLA have agreed to that and currently abide by that. We have very strong age and identity verification using state-of-the-art third-party vendors that do highly secure transactions used in banking, things like mortgages as well. We have responsible social gameplay tools, and we'd be happy to really educate on what those are. But absolutely, we want to make sure that this is used as an entertainment product, and we truly stand by that. Advertising standards is another very important thing. There's certainly, as Lloyd mentioned, some operators out there of varying quality and various origins that may be doing things in the advertising realm that would be exploitative or just factually untrue. And we certainly think that's an area where we can improve through regulation. Geolocation is another important thing. We want to make sure that people in Maine are abiding by Maine laws when they're playing these games. And then we have many other trust and safety provisions, data security, consumer protections, that we really think are very important, not just for us as members of SGLA, but for the entire industry to follow. So we think if LD 2007 is passed, the outcome will be pretty predictable, and that is that the law-abiding operators, including members of the SGLA, would abide by the law and exit the state, but it would be the illegal operators that stay. It's just another day for them. They can continue to prey on unsuspecting Maine consumers. As I mentioned, we offer very real consumer protections. We keep minors from playing. We protect consumer data. But, there are certainly others out there, and many of those are based in China that do use exploitative marketing techniques. And we believe there's no place for that.
Mr. Ostro, I apologize. Your 3 minutes are up. If you could wrap up your testimony so we have time for questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. So instead of a ban, we are proposing common sense regulation as what we believe is a more pragmatic pathway forward. There is some revenue there, projections of what we think the amount we could bring to the state would be. But as I mentioned, we think consumer protections are extremely important and something we are very willing and open to discuss with members of this committee, as well as Director Champion and anybody else who has any interest. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your testimony says that about 60 million in revenue is done in Maine on these apps, but right now, there's no sales tax being generated from in-app purchases. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Representative. So that is my understanding, correct. I can't speak for every member of my association, much less the industry as a whole. But my understanding, very rudimentary understanding of the Maine tax laws is that this falls into a category of a digital service that, you know, is somewhat unclear on whether sales tax is currently being collected.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, will you be available for our work session when it is scheduled?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much for your time and for your patience today. I suspect you will be the last person testifying. Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Is there anyone else online who is signed up? There's no one else online who is signed up to testify, but is there anybody else online who would like to testify either against or neither for nor against LD 2007? Seeing no one raise their virtual hand, we will close the public hearing for LD 2007 and any information requests for our analysts from the committee. Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be interested in how the other states, such as New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Nevada, Montana, and California have their arms around this.
All right. Any other information requests from committee members? All right. Seeing none, we are going to move on shortly to our work session portion of the day, but we have had a request for caucus time, and I imagine we're going to need some time to have some food.
It's up to you what you want.
Yeah.
Ready to go whenever you.
So let's take
We need
20
to have caucus.
20 minutes.
We don't.
We'll be,
We're not gonna need 20.
we'll get like a strict 20. Strict 20. Not a loose 15, but a strict 20. So we'll be back at 1:20 to begin our work session. And thank you, everybody, for your patience today. Committee will be at ease. the committee will be in order. Welcome back. Actually, we're only 4 minutes by this clock late, so that's a tight 120 by legislative standards. Welcome back to the Committee on Veteran and Legal Affairs. We are moving on to the work session portion of our day. And we have one work session on the agenda, which is LD 1851, which is an act to bring parity among the Wabanaki nations regarding the generation of revenues from gaming, presented by our very own Representative Mallon. And I believe we have had a work session on this. No, this will be our first work session on this bill. And so I will kick it over to our legislative analyst, Ms. Olson, to present the bill.
All right, the bill analysis is coming around. This bill makes changes to the laws related to the distribution of slot machine revenue generated in the state by a casino with a commercial track license to operate slot machines. That is Hollywood Casino in Bangor. The bill increases the total net slot machine income to be collected and distributed by a casino with a commercial track license to operate slot machines from 39%, which is in current law, to 46%, and provides for the distribution of that additional 7% of net slot machine income to the tribal governments of the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians and the Mi'kmaq Nation. So I wanted to now direct you to the handed out paper on the back. This is current law, section 1036 of Title 8. This is what we call the cascade, which is the distribution of funds collected from the casinos for both. The whole section has slot machines and table games, which have different cascades, both for each facility and for each type of activity. So looking here at the attachment, I want to point you to subsection 1 of 1036, because this is the this section only applies to Hollywood Casino in Bangor, and it regards a 1% of the gross slot machine income that comes out. So it comes out the top, that they're required to deposit into the general fund for the administrative expenses of the board. This provision, there is no similar provision regarding gross slot machine income for Oxford. That is partially why, although they are not equal in any way, but that is partially why the net slot machine income distributions are different for the two casinos. So I kind of wrote that out as a bullet point, and I've given you there on the back the definitions for gross slot machine income and net slot machine income. And net is the amount after you've taken out the things that people have won, and the 1% that goes to the general fund for administrative expenses. So if you, as you know, if you look at testimony, they talked about increasing this 39% up to the 46% that Oxford pays out of the net. But that would actually not be equal. That would not actually bring parity between the two casinos, because Bangor pays this 1% of gross before they make their 36% net distribution. So that is the first point. I do have some other information available on the bill analysis for you to look at. That kind of dovetails with information that was presented at the time of the public hearing. According to our 2024 annual Gambling Control Board report, we get one of these every year that talks about revenue distribution. We'll get the 2025 one in March. The Penobscot and Passamaquoddy tribes received $3,406,176.39 in 2024 as a result of their distribution of funds, which is a 4% out of that 39%, out of the 46% of the Oxford amount. The tribal governments of the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians and the Mi'kmaq Nation do not receive revenue from the land-based casino cascades. And then we've heard it today, so it feels a little redundant, but I just want to remind you that all 4 federally recognized Indian tribes are authorized to conduct mobile sports wagering, which they all do, using 2 third-party management service providers. Casinos are also authorized to conduct facility-based sports wagering. It appears that Oxford Casino began doing that in December of 2025. I didn't see any revenue reports related to that for Bangor, so my assumption is they are not doing that. And then internet gaming, which is also authorized only for the 4 federally recognized Indian tribes, in the same manner as online sports wagering, was enacted on January 11th of this year. And the effective date for that is the same as all other legislation passed in the second regular session of the 132nd legislature that is not an emergency legislation. So that it's 90 days after adjournment, assuming you adjourn sometime in April. It's the end of the summer, usually August-ish. Usually. I've given you an annotated section of 1036 so that you can kind of see the breakdown. We talk a lot about the cascade. And I can answer any other questions that you might have regarding this. Yep. I have some other revenue figures somewhere I can look at if you have questions about that too.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. At this point, I would like to call upon Representative Mallon, the sponsor of the bill, to see kind of what you would like to do, or if you'd like to call on anybody.
Thank you, Madam
forward.
Chair. Chief Sabatis and Chief McCormick from the Maliseet and Mi'kmaq Nations are joining us via Zoom, is my understanding, and I would love to bring them on so that we can ask them a question.
Please, Madam Clerk, promote them. And which one, Representative Mallon, would you like to hear from first?
Let's hear from Chief Sabatis first. She's been my primary point of contact.
Okay. Chief Sabatis, if you can hear us, welcome. And turn on your video when you are able.
I'm trying. I don't know what. Oh, here we
Oh.
go. Maybe. Here, there.
Yes. Welcome, Chief Sabatis.
Thank you. So I'll be brief. I just want to say thank you for your time today. I am the chief of the Halton Band of Maliseet Indians, and I've worked with Representative Mallon on this bill. I know that you know, the landscape has changed a little bit since this was put in. I know that we do potentially have iGaming. I want to stay optimistic, but there's always opportunities to potentially not have iGaming between now and the end of August. I coming into office about 8 years ago, what I found was that really there was a significant amount of lawmakers and even funders, just people across the state who didn't even really know that Maliseet and Mi'kmaq existed for some reason. We've had some inequities over the years. I hear a common statement that said about the land claim settlement and how the tribes got over $80 million. The reality is that Mi'kmaq and Maliseet each got $900,000 out of that. So there's a lot of inequities that have happened, even though the tribes just in general are in a situation where there's inequities when compared to the rest of the tribes across the United States. But anyways, I think my goal was to try and kind of remedy some of those things. I think I wasn't around when this thing with Oxford was negotiated. I don't have the history on it. But anyways, I think that our attorney has had some conversations with Milt Champion a little bit about, some possibilities of moving forward with this without having Penn National have to increase their payout and cascade. And I can let him speak to that if he wanted to just do so. And I'm also, I think, understanding that, if iGaming does happen, this puts us in a very different situation. And I would, be agreeable to putting something in here that says that if iGaming does come to fruition for the tribes, that this would fall away, to be fair. So, that really is about all I have. We're sports betting is, a much smaller market. It has provided some really great revenue for us to be able to supplement historically underfunded programs, and really majority of that money is going back out to the community for us. That's our goal is always to achieve economic independence. And in the past, I've talked about how gaming is a nice economic opportunity, but it doesn't solve everything. But it's an opportunity to also diversify, what we're able to do. So I think that's it. I wanted to just speak to some of the things that were just reported out to you, and I think that there's been some changes and changes at the state, changes at the federal level that kind of have a different landscape now than it did when we first introduced this bill. So.
And thank you very much, Chief, for the clarification. Representative Mallon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Chief Sabatis, and the points you made about equity with regards to funds received or not received by the two tribes are the principal reason why I sponsored this. Question for you is, if you're not taking from the Penn National Cascade, what would be the mechanism for equalizing those funds in your mind, or is that something I should be asking the director? I'm a little
I can let him
confused.
speak to that, but I will say, I think what we talked about, I talked with our attorney had talked to him, but really was about that 1% that was discussed, and the possibility of maybe accessing a portion of that. I think that a half of that would be equivalent to about what Passamaquoddy and Penobscot are getting, and it would not change the burden on Penn National, but I don't know what the appetite is for that, and I don't, I'm sure there's more details that maybe Milt can speak to, but I think it would be better if he maybe talks about that. And I don't think that there's any encouragement to do one or the other, but it was just talking through options of what could possibly happen that would maybe make this a little more palatable.
Representative Mallon?
Thank you, Chief. Madam Chair, if it is all right with you, I'd love to ask Dr. Champion to come up briefly.
Yes, absolutely. Just one moment. Is there any other questions for Chief Sabatis while we have? All right. Yes, Director Champion. Representative Mallon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming up, Director. Director, I know you and the chief spoke. Are you able to answer the question I had for her better about how they would be able to access some more of these funds in a way that does not take from the Penn National Cascade? I'm not an expert on how the mechanics of all that works, so I was wondering if you could maybe elucidate that discussion for us.
Yeah, I can do it though.
Okay, thank you. So when we had the conversation, obviously, Penn National in Bangor, they started in 2004. And that's when they developed Cascade and they developed, whatever percentage at the time. Then Oxford Casino came on in, I believe, 2012. Now, whether or not that 1% and 46 and 1% was already in the law prior to Oxford, or there was an adjustment with the 1% and the 46% at the time in 2012. I'm really not sure on that. I just felt that looking at the current bill that was presented, to go in there and ask for another 7% on top of the 46% and the 1%, which obviously Hollywood was the first casino, as I stated, in 2004. That'd be a little much to add on to them. And in looking at it, I'm really not sure what's done with the 1% gross. I mean, I know it goes to the general fund, but I don't know where it goes from there. Appropriations does their thing with it. So we do get a percentage for the administrative expenses of the gambling control unit, or the gambling control board in this case, because it is a casino. And I just felt that maybe there would be a possibility through the 1% gross. If not, honestly, in my opinion, you would have to look at the distribution or the cascade and maybe move some of that around, whether or not that would be feasible, but that would be my only suggestion for something like this to pass. But I say to pass, you pass whatever you decide. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, it wasn't going to, if you pass it, it passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this could be a question for either you, Director, or for our analyst. What would a statutory change around this 1% gross look like mechanically speaking? I'm getting very much out of my depth here. So,
Well, I mean, love for us to have numbers we can look at, but essentially, I mean, mechanically, it's easy enough to draft. You would be impacting the general fund, and money that goes into the general fund. Now it says for the administrative expenses of the board. So I'm assuming in some way this money ends up accounted for, paying for the costs of the board, which could include technology or other things, could include a part or a portion of the salary for the gentleman sitting next to me. I'm not, it's administrative expenses of the board. So, I don't know if the money coming in through this, and there are other places, both in these cascades, in Bangor's cascade and Oxford's cascade, out of the net, as well as in the cascades of our other gaming operations that provide funds to the general fund for administrative expenses, whether that's for the board, which would be our casinos, and ADW, or to the unit. So I can't speak to what kind of financial impact it would have on the operations of those two organizations, the unit and the board, and whether they're receiving enough funds to be able to say, take a 0.25% or a 0.5% reduction. And what that, by doing that, what could that actually mean? Because you could then say a portion of that other portion, let's say you do it by 0.25%. You say 0.75% is going to go as currently written to the general fund for the administrative expenses of the board, and the other 0.25 would go to the tribes identified. So that could be one way that you could approach that. I would assume you would want to look at those numbers. That would, in fact, it's going to generate a fiscal note if you do that. Right now, I don't think it would, because you're only impacting the cascade and how it's so some entities were, but.
Representative Malum.
thank you very much. And put a pin in that, Ms. Olson, because I might be going with that approach. With the committee's indulgence, Corey Albright, who's the attorney for the Holt Man Maliseet, is on and has done some number crunching. I'd like to bring him on to get his point of view. And then I promise you all, we will be having a vote very soon.
Yes, I'm happy to promote Mr. Albright. And when he is promoted, I ask that he turns on his video. Mr. Albright, if you could turn on your video. Chief Sabatis, I apologize if you could turn off your video so we could get a better view of, thank you. All right. Hello, Mr. Albright.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. I'm Corey Albright, attorney for the Holt Man Maliseet Indians. And I want to express my thanks to Ms. Olson and Executive Director Champion, because I think they've done a really nice job of laying this out. You know, the goal, as Chief Sabatis explained with the parity bill, was to just approximate parity with the other tribes. And in re-reviewing the statute and the current revenue payments that are made by the respective casinos, you know, we realize the concerns that Mr. Jackson expressed in May about the increase in the tax burden on Penn National. And so in terms of the I think Mr. Champion, Executive Director Champion spoke to this, but the amount that Passamaquoddy and Penobscot received last year, for example, was roughly $3.4 million. The 1% that comes off the top, as Ms. Olson explained, for Hollywood Slots, that was about 6.6 million. So if 0.5% were to be shared with Maliseet and Mi'kmaq, that would still be a bit less than what Penobscot and Passamaquoddy receives, but it would be close. And so that was kind of the alternative suggestion that we were looking at, was that 1% that comes off the top to split that. So 0.5% continues to go to the general fund to support the admin expenses. And as Ms. Olson explained, there are several other provisions in law that provide funding for the board and the unit, but then 0.5% would go to the tribes, the two tribes that have not received any share of the brick and mortar casino revenue for the past decade plus, since the other two tribes have been. So we spent a fair amount of time looking at the last several years of data, and some of that is in Chief Sabatis's testimony from May, written testimony that was submitted. So some of those numbers are there. And I think it's relatively straightforward to do those calculations with what it would look like to split that 1%. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Representative Mallon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Albright. I don't actually have any questions for you. I'm ready to put a motion on the table for folks if the rest of the committee is, unless other folks have questions for Mr. Albright or any of our other guests.
Are there any questions for any folks in the room or online? All right. Yeah, we were happy to put forth a motion.
All right. The easy part of my motion is I move ought to pass as amended. The hard part is the amended part. So what I'd like to do is ought to pass as amended. I would like to follow the approach that you laid out, Ms. Olson, with impacting the 1% gross, with the 0.5% going to the Maliseet and Mi'kmaq nations. I would like to add somewhere in the bill language similar to what's in section 236. There's a section, if you look at page 3 on the statute that she gave us, section 236, 1036, it says if a recipient of net slot machine income in any of these paragraphs owns or receives funds from a slot machine facility or casino other than Oxford or Bangor, then the recipient may not receive funds under this subsection. What I would like to add is if these two tribal nations, Maliseet and Mi'kmaq, receive funds from iGaming, however we have to phrase that and whatever we have to refer to, but from the iGaming bill, which is set to become law 90 days after adjournment, then they will not receive funds under this subsection. So iGaming goes into effect for the tribes as the legislature intended. This all goes away. Am I clear as mud?
Yes, Ms. Olson.
Okay, first is going to be sort of a technical question.
Yep.
'Cause I'm thinking this out. I'll just point out the fact that the way that the current Oxford distribution regarding the tribes is written, it just says to the two, 4% goes to both. There's nothing prescriptive in here about how that 4% should be divided up. So I'm going to assume as it's written that it means equally. But I don't know that, just to be clear. So and it kind of applies to the provision that's also there about receiving money from a casino, but let's say we put this provision in, we're saying that 0.5% or half of 1% of the growth is going to go to the Houlton Band and Maliseet Indians and the Mi'kmaq Nation. But if they receive money from iGaming, then they would not receive funds under this section. What if only one of them receives money from iGaming and the other does not? I think it would not be would the tribe that's not receiving the iGaming money receive the full half of 1%? Or are they only actually supposed to get half of the half?
That is a wonderful question.
And I think that is a fair question for the current provision in law. And then that gets to my second point, which I know I spoke briefly with another member of the committee about this. The current provision regarding in current law regarding Penobscot Nation and the Passamaquoddy tribe where they are, the section at the end, which is on page 3 of my handout for you, of the cascade for Oxford, says that if a recipient under that paragraph owns or receives funds from slot machine facility or casino other than Oxford or Bangor, then the recipient may not receive funds under this subsection. And the funds are retained by the Oxford County casino operator. We may want to also add that the fund would go back to the general fund, maybe.
Yes,
or
I
not.
think
So
that's
we'd want to maybe do that,
appropriate.
but then it is not clear to me as your analyst what impact iGaming going online is going to have regarding this provision and the funds that go from the land-based casinos currently to those 2 tribes. There was some discussion of this when the committee considered not necessarily 1164, but the previous iteration of iGaming considered by this committee in a previous legislature. And so I cannot tell you what the outcome of that is going to be. So what I'm saying is there's a possibility that iGaming goes online, all 4 federally recognized Indian tribes operate, contract with, and receive revenue through iGaming. And then this language could take effect and the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians and Mi'kmaq Nation stop receiving the portion of gross revenue that's being distributed to them. But the Penobscot and Passamaquoddy tribe, it's not triggered and they'd continue to receive funds. I think that that's a real, because I don't know what the outcome of that is, I think that there's something, there's a question there. And I just want you to be aware of that. I don't know if that has to change the way that you feel about this, but I just want you to sort of be aware that that is a broader issue. And I see Chief Sabatis' hand. So there may be more that other people know about this that might be illustrative to the
Representative
conversation.
Mallon?
Madam Chair, I would be interested in getting Chief Sabatis's concise thoughts on that question.
Yeah. Chief Sabatis, please.
There. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I had the flu and my voice is. Anyways, I think just to speak to the 0.5, and I thought was that basically each tribe would get 0.25 of that. So we would split the 0.5 that would come off that 1%. But also I know that the laws regarding Passamaquoddy and Penobscot are different. And I think in 2012, there wasn't iGaming. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to speak to that. And I think that this is separate. And I did speak with Chief McCormick last night. I can't necessarily speak on behalf of her nation, but we did talk about these specific things and that I wanted to offer that this would fall away. For us, I think it's fair if we get iGaming that we're not asking for casinos to give us a share of their revenue if we're getting the same sort of revenue. So for us, it really would be, to make this clear, Mi'kmaq would get 25.25, Maliseet would get 0.25. And we are still willing to let that this fall away if iGaming does in fact come into law for the tribes.
Representative Mallon?
Thank you. And thank you, Chief Sabatis. That's helpful. So that what she laid out there, Ms. Olson, is what the path I want to pursue with this. I don't know if you have any other technical questions about my motion.
No, I'm going to reiterate what I have. So we are going to be amending subsection 1 of 1036 regarding the gross slot machine income. The total amount, 1%, is not going to change. So Bangor will still be paying 1% of gross. How that 1% is distributed will now be different. 0.5% or half of 1% will go to the general fund for administrative expenses. And half of 1% will go to be split equally, 0.25% or a quarter of 1% to each of the 2 tribes, the Maliseet Band, Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians and the Mi'kmaq Nation. And that if one of those nations or both receive revenue from iGaming, they will not receive their portion, that 0.25% of revenue from Hollywood Casino, but that portion of the fund will go back into the general fund.
That is the intent of my motion.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is my motion, Madam
That
Chair.
is your motion. So there is a motion. Is there a second? All right, there's a motion and there is a second. There has been a request for a caucus, so we will take 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes for a very quick caucus. Could be sooner than that. And we will be right back. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We have a motion and a second. Does everyone understand the motion that was proposed? All right. Madam Clerk, please. Oh, Representative Boyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to let folks know that I'm not supporting this because I see it as an additional tax on the casino.
Thank you, Representative Boyer. And, in transparency as well as someone who represents Bangor and who has supported a lot of tribal gaming in the past, this is something that, and right now, I do not feel comfortable supporting, especially with iGaming being where it is right now. So I will not be supporting it as well. Senator Duson?
I just want to say I offered the second and out of respect for the hard work that's gone into getting to this particular amendment, but I won't be supporting it. No.
Representative Frost?
Yeah, I'm also not going to support this time around. If for some reason iGaming does not go into effect, that would change things for me. So right now, we'll leave it as is.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll.
Thank you, Representative Boyer. Senator Duson.
No.
Senator Duson, no. Senator Hickman absent. Senator Timberlake.
No.
Senator Timberlake.
No.
Senator Timberlake, no. Representative Graham absent. Representative Terry absent. Representative Frost.
No.
Representative Frost votes no. Representative Chapman.
No.
Representative Chapman votes no. Representative Boyer.
Nope.
Representative Boyer votes no. Representative Supika.
No.
Representative Supika votes no. Representative Hines.
No.
Representative Hines votes no. Representative Frederick.
No.
Representative Fredericks votes no. Representative Fairclough.
No.
Representative Fairclough votes no, and Representative Mallon.
Yes.
Representative Mallon votes yes.
So I have 9 in the negative, three absent and 1 in the affirmative, Madam Clerk.
That is correct. Chair.
So the motion fails.
Report.
Yeah.
And so it is ought not to pass. Ought not to pass it is. All right. The motion is ought not to pass.
Yes, and just, that's all you have to do. Remember, we don't have like a pass fail motion thing anymore. So yeah, you're good.
Perfect.
As long as everybody who voted no agrees with ought not to
Yeah,
pass. Okay.
looking
good.
around,
No, see,
ought
no
not
one
to pass.
object.
All right. And thank you, everybody, today for a longer than anticipated, but still shorter than it could be. Shorter than. All right. And with that, the Committee on Veteran